Chapter 235. Boss, the first place winner has more than 5,000 votes, and the 16th place winner has 327 votes. Sitting in the middle of the exhibition hall, Bell Luster looked at his phone helplessly and said speechlessly, "Boss, it looks like we're going to lose." Eleanor Cece couldn't help but whisper. While whispering, she also looked at Jiang Hai and Robin's. Jiang Hai was fine at this time, but Robin's face was a little ugly. After all, this beef show was their first shot at the farm's beef cattle. If this shot didn't work, it would have a huge impact on their future sales. As the leader of the farm's cowboys, he thought that this was his responsibility. Sigh, if it's not meant to be, don't force it. You won't understand even if I tell you. This is fate, you have to accept it. Well, it's almost noon. What do you want to eat? I'll buy it for you. Jiang Hai was actually a little depressed at this time. In the blink of an eye, a few hours had passed. In addition to Mr. Zhang's family, Pra Walton, and her dozen men who voted for nearly 20 votes, only some passers-by came in recently to vote. At present, Jiang Hai's cow had the most votes, only 31 votes, ranking 293rd. In addition to this cow, only 3 other cows had votes. They were 3 votes, 2 votes, and 2 votes. There were 11 cows that didn't even have votes. Jiang Hai was also very speechless. He wasn't distressed about renting this place for $1 million, nor was he distressed about losing $1 million. Although $2 million wasn't a small sum, it wasn't something Jiang Hai couldn't afford right now. However, if he lost it for no reason, he wouldn't be happy either. But what could he do now? He couldn't forcibly pull these people into his exhibition hall. Even if he pulled them in, they might not vote. It was too late to do anything else now. Of course, he knew that he couldn't just rely on them like this, but he did think of a lot of ways. Even if he directly killed a cow here to attract people's attention, that would be enough. But the problem now was that he couldn't kill a cow here. Killing a cow in the United States was also something to be careful about. Otherwise, the Animal Protection Association would come looking for trouble. Jiang Hai didn't want to be accused of killing animals on the street. Even in the finals, the cows were killed in a special slaughterhouse in the venue. The whole process was supervised by the staff in the exhibition hall and the venue staff to prevent any possibility of fake meat. Then, the dead cows were transported, skinned, and bled to the front to be dissected. This was also for the sake of fairness, justice, and publicity. However, from the looks of it, Jiang Hai had no chance to participate in the finals. At least for now, he couldn't even enter the next stage. It was good to be awesome, but first, there was no comparison, and second, there was no publicity. After all, there were very few experts here. Without these things, how could they stop the most important voters and tourists from leaving? AI, boss, how can you still eat at this time? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Luo Binci sighed helplessly and spoke to Jiang Hai with a hoarse voice. Obviously, he was the most stressed and angry because the beef couldn't be sold. Why can't I eat? People are iron and rice is steel. If I don't eat, I will be hungry. I see a lot of snacks there. Since you don't want to say anything, I will go and buy them. Hearing these people's words, Jiang Hai also knew that they were really not interested in eating now, but Jiang Hai still had to buy them. So, he patted the dust on his butt, and Jiang Hai walked out of the exit against the flow of people. Just when Jiang Hai just left, a group of people also walked in from outside. After looking outside the exhibition hall, a girl walked into the exhibition hall first. Excuse me, is there a Huaxia person named Jiang Hai here? Looking at the 3 people in the room, the girl smiled and asked the 3 people. Hearing the girl's words, Luo Binci and Cece were still a little confused, but Bell Luster had already jumped up. Belle didn't seem to love anything except guns. But after all, he was a young man, and he still recognized the girl in front of him. You are. Belle pointed at the girl and said with some surprise. Hello, I am Jiang Hai's friend. I heard that he had some trouble here, so I came to help. Hearing Belle's excited words, the girl couldn't help but smile sweetly, then said with a serious face, there is a lot of delicious food here. At this time, Jiang Hai didn't know the situation in the exhibition hall. He had already walked out of the exhibition hall. Just like in China, where there were people, there would be some merchants who would come to set up stalls. It was the same for the American vendors. Of course, compared to the pressure of life, most of the snacks sold in the United States were sold by Latin Americans, African Americans, Asians, and Middle Easterners. They were selling these snacks to survive. On the other hand, some Caucasians were selling these snacks to earn some extra money. Some of them were selling these snacks just for the experience and to be praised by others. Sometimes, Caucasians think differently. Today was the opening day of the beef exhibition, so naturally, there were a lot of delicious food here. When Jiang Hai came, he saw a lot of people setting up stalls here. Now that he came out, there were even more people here. Looking from afar, there were at least 20 or 30 stalls, and there were a lot of people in front of each stall. There was a wide variety of things being sold. The most fragrant was naturally the Arabian barbecue. Those people of Middle Eastern descent were indeed very knowledgeable about barbecue. They also knew how to barbecue ordinary barbecue, how to barbecue it well, and how to barbecue it so that it was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. This was a skill that had been passed down for many years. In addition to the barbecue that attracted Jiang Hai the most, there were also many snacks, such as cheese sandwiches, hot dogs, hamburgers, fried chicken, and so on. There was also a snack from Maine, lobster rolls. That was to say, the whole lobster meat was sandwiched in bread with butter and lemon. After roasting it in the oven, it tasted pretty good. In addition to this, the most popular one should be the Mexican tortilla. This thing was very dazzling everywhere. In addition to the above few mainstream snacks, there were many less mainstream ones, such as the Spring Festival rolls in Brooklyn, Bolivian snacks, bread, donuts, and even pizza. They sold them on the spot, but it took a long time. Although Jiang Hai liked to eat pizza, it didn't mean that he could wait for a long time, so he quickly decided to buy barbecue and hamburgers. They were a little tired of eating lobster rolls when they were in the fishery. Compared to lobster rolls, the newly made hamburgers were something they liked very much. Not long after, Jiang Hai carried a few big bags in his hand, which were filled with 50 large beef skewers. These people from the Middle East were still very particular. The meat on the skewers were large pieces of meat. A beef skewer was about 2 ounces, and these 50 skewers weighed about 10 pounds. The other bags were filled with hamburgers, sandwiches, hot dogs, and so on. Carrying a few big bags, Jiang Hai squeezed into the exhibition hall. But as soon as he walked in, he heard music from a distance. This sound should belong to the category of rock, but it wasn't a very rough rock. Instead, it felt like an orchestra, and the music was a little playful. The next song is a slower one for everyone. Just as Jiang Hai was wondering who was singing here, a slightly familiar voice came into his ears. As Jiang Hai looked forward, he saw a girl in casual clothes, standing in the middle of the venue with a microphone, slowly twisting to the music while singing a nice ballad. This seems to be my exhibition hall. Looking at the girl, the band behind the girl, and the exhibition hall behind the band, Jiang Hai couldn't help but be a little confused. With his powerful strength, he forced his way through the crowd and walked into the exhibition hall. When Jiang Hai walked in with things, the girl who was singing also saw Jiang Hai and winked at Jiang Hai. This made Jiang Hai completely confused. What the hell is this, boss? At this time, Luo Binsi and the others also walked over with smiles on their faces and looked at Jiang Hai with joy. What's the situation? Jiang Hai asked with some confusion as he handed the food to the three of them. Boss, you are really resourceful. It turns out that you already have a backup plan. You even invited Selena Gomez. God, her specialty album was one of the best-selling specialty albums 2 years ago. She even got first place. How do you know her? Jiang Hai was puzzled, but in fact, his three men were even more puzzled, especially Belle Luster, who looked at Jiang Hai with excitement and asked. Soldiers have a paranoid love for female singers. The most powerful country in this regard is Korea. The soldiers of Korea love female groups. It can be said that gongs and drums are loud, firecrackers are fired, and red flags are fluttering. There is a sea of people, especially sexy female celebrities. They are naturally very popular there. In the United States, although it is not as explicit as in Korea, they are also quite interested in the love of beautiful women. Although Selena Gomez is not the most popular in the army, she can still be ranked in the top 10. After all, she is also a very popular female celebrity in the United States recently. She debuted in acting and singing is not very good. The most important thing is that she is very in line with the aesthetic view of the United States, so her popularity has always been high in the United States. I don't seem to be very familiar with her. Looking at the girl standing outside singing, Jiang Hai said a little awkwardly. Chapter 236. The beef cows in this exhibition hall are from my friend's manor. Please support him, thank you. As another song ended, Selena Gomez's voice came from outside. Then several people behind her also packed up their instruments and walked into the exhibition hall with her. As soon as they walked in, Jiang Hai greeted them and looked at her with a little embarrassment. It's really troublesome. Have some drinks. Looking at Selena Gomez, Jiang Hai said with some embarrassment. Hey, it's okay. We are friends. You helped me before. Don't you remember? Taking the drink handed over by Jiang Hai, Selena smiled, then unscrewed the bottle cap and took a sip. She was a little tired after singing a few songs just now. Hee hee. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai was even more embarrassed. The two of them didn't even have a phone call and only met once. Can they be called friends? You must be kidding. But at this time, because Selena's song just now attracted a large number of people, although many people left after Selena left, there were still many people who came in. Although they were curious about the relationship between their boss and Selena Gomez, Robin still remembered their task and immediately greeted them and introduced their cows to these people. However, it was also because of their relationship that these people who entered the exhibition hall had no time to harass Selena Gomez for the time being. Selena Gomez also looked at Jiang Hai and said, "By the way, I think your location is good. Why are there so few people?" Because I didn't prepare anything." Hearing her words, Jiang Hai said with some helplessness. "I didn't expect you to be a rich man." By the way, let me introduce you. This is Zetter, DJ Zetter. He is very famous in the United States. The songs he produced and wrote have reached the top in the 26 countries. He is also the producer of my recent album. Feeling Jiang Hai's embarrassment, after all, Selena Gomez is not very familiar with Jiang Hai. The reason why she chose to come and help was because of Pa Walton's request, and also because she said that she owed Jiang Hai a favor. After all, Jiang Hai helped her, but later she introduced Jiang Hai and Pa Walton to each other. Originally, she wanted to help Jiang Hai open the market, but now it seems that this Jiang Hai is either overconfident or has insufficient social experience. Third, they were a little tired from practicing, so they came here to take a look. Hello. Hearing Selena's words, Jiang Hai also stretched out his hand and shook this handsome man's hand. Hello. Seeing Jiang Hai's hand stretched out, Zeder, who didn't want to pay attention to Jiang Hai, had to shake hands with Jiang Hai. Although their personalities are a little strange when it comes to music, they are strange, not stupid. It's not worthwhile to make things difficult for Jiang Hai. Of course, it's inevitable that he doesn't like Jiang Hai. There are two reasons for this. First, this person is originally a mix of Soviet Russia and German. And whether it's Soviet Russia or German, they are not very friendly to Huaxia and Huaxia people. Second, it's obvious that this guy is interested in Selena Gomez, and Jiang Hai is his imaginary love rival. After all, in his opinion, the United States is a slightly fickle and unloyal society. If someone can take the initiative to sing for you, it's only possible if they have a close relationship. He's been working with Selena for 2 months now. Let alone asking her for help, even if he wants to treat her to a meal, he has never treated her to a meal alone. Every time, he brings the whole orchestra, which makes him very unhappy with Jiang Hai. Therefore, after shaking hands with Jiang Hai, he didn't talk to Jiang Hai anymore. Jiang Hai also felt it, so he just talked to Selena. Selena actually doesn't know much about Jiang Hai. Other than asking about his recent situation, she also talked about the beef cattle show. After a while, they didn't have any common topics. Fortunately, soon, Belle Luster came over excitedly. Boss, we're in the top 16. Belle Luster excitedly showed his phone to Jiang Hai. Although there were more beautiful women outside, although there were games, TV, balloons, banners, and even free drinks outside, but there was still a celebrity, and an A-list, quasi-A-list celebrity. The effect was really good. Not long after, Jiang Hai's 15 cows all had their votes. The one with the most votes is the one chosen by Mr. Zhang and Prawalton. The number of votes has reached 736, and it's still increasing rapidly. Unknowingly, it has rushed into the top 16 and is moving towards the top 10. As for the remaining cows, although they weren't as tall, they were still increasing rapidly. Originally, these people didn't come to Jiang Hai's place, so they didn't know what kind of cows Jiang Hai had. But now that they looked at it, it really was different. In addition to the smell of grass, Jiang Hai's cows also have some cow odor, but the odor is very light. If you don't walk very close to it, you can't smell it. This is what Jiang Hai discovered recently. Perhaps it was due to the improvement of the pasture, the stench from the cows was basically eliminated. As long as they stayed in a well-ventilated place and didn't let the farts gather in this small space, the smell of the cow sheet would still be there, but it was very light. It's a level that is acceptable even if you don't wear a mask. Moreover, the cows are also very strong. They are almost the same. At a glance, there are no outstanding points. But if you look carefully, every cow is a highlight. Although most of these people who come to the beef cattle exhibition are laymen, they have some knowledge. However, they still had some knowledge in this area. Although their eyes were not as sharp as those of experts, they could still distinguish between good and bad. At least in their opinion, Jiang Hai's cow was much better than the Cartwright Company's cow. Manager, that guy's cow has entered the top 16. There is always a limit to the number of visitors. Jiang Hai's exhibition hall is popular, so naturally it snatches a lot of visitors who originally belonged to the Cartwright Company. Looking at Jiang Hai's exhibition hall with people coming in and out from time to time, Paul K. can't help but go to the young man who was beaten up by Jiang Hai that day and whispered to him. Despicable guy. I didn't expect him to know Selena Gomez. I underestimated him. I thought that a newbie like him wouldn't be able to do anything. Now, it seems like he's really a ferocious dragon. Narrowing his eyes, the manager here muttered softly. Hearing his words, Paul K. and the others beside him stopped talking. Actually, it doesn't matter if he enters the semi-finals. Although he has 20,000 cows, he only has 20,000 cows. Don't forget that our cows are the best selected from 2 million cows. The base is different, so naturally the impact will be different. I think he can still be happy for a few more days. After a while, the young man let out a long sigh. He knows that his mentality has been unknowingly affected by Jianghai. This is very wrong for him. So he calmed himself down and said slowly. Then he stood up and walked to the back of the exhibition hall. He still needs to keep an eye on things. Less than half an hour after he left, Selena Gomez and the others also left. After all, Selena was just here to have fun. She didn't know much about beef cows. Although she was willing to eat special grade A beef, she didn't know how to raise cows. Besides, she didn't know much about Jianghai. So after she didn't have much to talk with Jianghai, under the persuasion of the person named Sei, they were ready to go back and continue their training. Of course, before they left, the two of them couldn't help but exchange phone numbers. This time, Jianghai was really grateful to her. He told her that if she had time, she must go to his manor in Boston to have fun. He really had enough special grade A beef. Perhaps before she saw Jianghai's cows, she would have thought that Jianghai was just bullshitting. But now, it seemed that Jianghai really had such an ability, so she happily agreed. After Selena left, the number of visitors in Jianghai's exhibition hall decreased by more than half in an instant. But it didn't matter. With the popularity just now, Jianghai's cows' votes were increasing rapidly. Jianghai was quite confident in his cows. His only worry was that they couldn't pass the first day. As long as they passed the first day and entered the second day, which had nothing to do with popularity, then Jianghai's confidence, which could be said to be the confidence of his cows, would all rise. As time went by, Jianghai and the others gradually calmed down. It seemed that God was really good to them. At 5:00 in the afternoon, the selection time for the day officially ended. After the last group of tourists left, Jianghai and the others gradually calmed down. On the official website of the New York Beef Show, the beef cows that would enter the semi-finals tomorrow were ranked. Ranked first, of course, was the 5A beef cow of the Suzuki Group, which had a total of 17,556 votes. Ranked second was Jianghai's old rival, a Belgian blue cow of the Carlight Company. But all the experts knew that the reason why this Belgian blue cow was ranked second, with a total of 9,788 votes, was mainly because its muscles were really developed. Its muscles were like those of a bodybuilder, which was really eye-catching. But the so-called marble pattern, the white inside, was the fat, so the blue cow's muscles were too dense. Although it was popular, it probably wouldn't have a good effect. The third was an Angus cow of the Truman Company, and the fourth was an Angus cow of the Carlight Company. The fifth was a Charolais cow of the Boveda Company, and the sixth was a 5A Wagyu cow of the Suzuki Company, but it wasn't very strong. It seemed that it was bought for the biggest Wagyu cow. Two of Jianghai's cows were lucky to be selected, one ranked 11th, and the other ranked 15th, entering the semi-finals tomorrow. Chapter 237. Wilpaw Manor, number A4566378, Rural Maya Company, number A2788940. At night, when the tourists left during the day and went to live in nearby hotels, or went back to their homes in New York to eat, rest, or sleep, some people were busy in the central activity room of the New York Beef Cattle Exhibition Hall. These people were the staff here. After a busy day, they were very tired, but they couldn't rest now, because they had to choose the most popular 16 cows from so many cows. Of course, all of this was managed by a computer, but it also needed people to register. As for the number of the cows, a lot of things could be seen from it. It didn't mean that there were more than 500,000 cows for the selection. Today's exhibition hall only had more than 100 cows. Even if there were an average of 10 cows in each exhibition hall, there were only a little more than 1,000 cows. The numbers here were also learned. A represented a bull, B represented a cow, and C represented a dairy cow. The first two represented which state in the US the cow came from, the second represented which city it came from, and the last three represented the number of the cow. This was the same as the ID number, which was registered by the Beef Cattle Association. If there was an exception, it would be checked, so these numbers couldn't be wrong. Soaring Dragon Manor, serial number A479248. In the beginning, when they were reading, the other cows all came from some company. When they came here, it became a manor, which made the staff here a little surprised. Soaring Dragon Manor. Are you sure you didn't read it wrong? Hearing this person's words, the person next to him couldn't help but be surprised. In fact, this beef cattle exhibition had always been a stage for big companies to show their strength. This was because only those big companies could spend so much money to buy exhibition booths and prepare things for the exhibition booths. Even a booth in a bad location would cost $100,000 or $200,000, plus a TV, beautiful women, and so on. To participate in this exhibition, it would cost at least $25,000 or $60,000. Most ranchers in the US might not be able to earn $25,000 or $60,000 in a few years, let alone 1 year. It should be known that the median household income in the US wasn't the average, but the median. It was about $4,000 a month. After deducting state and national taxes, there would be about $3,300 to $3,400 left. $25,000 or $60,000 was definitely not a small income in the US. In the past, some private ranches would also participate in the exhibition hall, so when Jiang Hai signed up, they didn't care. However, Jiang Hai could actually make it to the top 16, which surprised them a little. For a while, many people looked over. And, of course, I didn't mispronounce it. It is indeed the Soaring Dragon Manor. Wait a minute, not only did he get one, he got two. This is really strange. Is this the result of a super rich second generation's money? Seeing that everyone was staring at him, this person was a little nervous. After hesitating for a moment, he also looked carefully. After making sure that he was not mistaken, he said in a serious tone. But as he continued to scan the list, he found that Jiang Hai's manor had not only one cow, but two cows. What the F***CK? What the F***CK is going on? As soon as they heard this person's words, a lot of people gathered around the screen and looked at the person's data. Sure enough, Jiang Hai's two cows were ranked 10th and 15th. When they saw these two cows, they couldn't help but look at each other. This kind of thing was really rare. Hey, you guys are just surprised because you haven't seen it before. The owner of that manor is the new Asian this year. Didn't he invite Selena Gomez today? It's not surprising that he is so popular. Seeing the surprised eyes of his colleagues, a person who was processing data in the distance said with a smile. Hearing his words, everyone reacted. They remembered Jiang Hai's face, which didn't look special. But, because Jiang Hai was the only Asian senior among the people who came to participate today, they all had some understanding of Jiang Hai. Originally, when they saw that Jiang Hai wasn't prepared yesterday, they secretly laughed at Jiang Hai. They didn't expect that today, Jiang Hai could invite the popular idol, Selena Gomez. At that time, they really broke glasses. In fact, when Jiang Hai knew that Selena Gomez was coming, his glasses were also broken. With this reason, there weren't too many shortlisted cows. After the recording was completed, the organizers also sent the shortlisted cows to the phones of the major companies and the shortlisted manor owners. Of course, the only shortlisted manor owner was Jiang Hai alone. After receiving this news, Jiang Hai couldn't help but clench his fists. This was good news for him. Of course, he also knew that this result was because of Selena Gomez's help. He immediately sent a text message to Selena Gomez to thank her for her help today. At this time, Selena Gomez was sitting in a banquet hall, eating dinner with a little uneasiness. After receiving Jiang Hai's text message, she couldn't help but glance at it, then replied with an okay gesture. Who is it? Seeing that Gomez actually replied to a text message while eating, a woman sitting opposite her said lightly. If Jiang Hai was here at this time, he would definitely recognize that the woman sitting opposite Selena Gomez was none other than Walton, but at this time, she had changed out of her strong women's suit. Instead, she changed into a slightly loose dress, like a dress, but also like pajamas. As for Selena, she was not as wild as she was during the daytime performance. Instead, she was like a kitten sitting opposite him. It's Jiang Hai, the person you asked me to help today. Sister Walton, are you interested in him? Hearing Walton's words, Selena Gomez couldn't help but chuckle. After putting down the phone, she asked her. Me? Oh, you're thinking too much. I think you should know my situation very well. Rather than saying that I have feelings for that man, it's better to say that I have feelings for his cattle. This guy is really good at raising cattle. It seems that I underestimated him a little. The cattle he raises should be very easy to slaughter into a special grade of beef. And this kind of beef is also the main product that our Sam's Club wants to expand. Hearing Selena Gomez's words, Walton put down the knife and fork in her hand and said with a serious face. Looking at Walton's burning eyes, Selena Gomez couldn't help but lower her head in embarrassment. Seeing her appearance, Walton was also interested. She slowly stood up, dragged her black dress, and walked to Selena Gomez's side. Her right index finger gently lifted Selena Gomez's chin. She looked at Selena Gomez with a serious face and said slowly, "And, even if I'm interested in you, baby." As Walton's voice fell, her red lips had already heavily kissed Selena Gomez's mouth. Facing such a strong kiss, Selena Gomez didn't know whether it was because she was in a daze or because she was mentally prepared. When she didn't resist, Walton's hands, which were originally around her shoulders, slowly moved forward. But just as she was about to reach the top, Selena Gomez's hand pressed on hers. Sister Walton, this won't do. Selena Gomez, who recovered a trace of consciousness, said hesitantly. You're not ready yet. You've been preparing for a long time, or you haven't forgotten that bastard boy. Looking at Selena Gomez in front of her, Walton asked with a serious face. I don't think about him anymore, I've completely broken up with him, it's over, there's no possibility of continuing, but, my heart still can't let me and Sister Walton do that kind of thing with you. Hearing Walton's words, Selena Gomez immediately denied her words. As for her previous words, she hesitated a little. It doesn't matter, I believe you will understand one day, what's so good about a man. What a man can do, I can do, and even better than a man, you already know that, don't you? Seeing Selena's resistance, Walton shrugged, although she likes her, she won't force her. Hearing Walton's explicit words, Selena Gomez's face couldn't help but blush, but she didn't speak anymore. She still used the fork in her hand to poke the steak in front of her. As for the waiter in the house, obviously, he has been specially trained. He pretended not to see anything and looked straight ahead. At this time, Jiang Hai also looked straight ahead, but he wasn't looking at the air, but at his cows. After they finished packing tonight, it was already late. At the moment, Jiang Hai decided to take the three of them to have a casual meal nearby, and then he will watch here at night in case someone comes to make trouble. In fact, Jiang Hai has another task here in addition to watching, that is, to strengthen these cows again. Looking at the two cows in front of him, Jiang Hai whispered in a low voice, "I know you are the best. Now that you are in the semi-finals, I feel that you will have no problem at all entering the finals. Come on, I will give you more food tonight, come on." After muttering, he channeled the spirit energy from one of his scales into his hand. He didn't just inject it into the two cows that made it into the top 16, but injected it into all 15 cows. In an instant, the eyes of these cows, which already had some intelligence, seemed to have become more intelligent. But after looking at Jiang Hai, they returned to their original appearance. After all, the spirit energy contained in this scale was equivalent to a drop of blood in the past, and now that it was distributed to 15 cows, although there was some evolution, it wasn't too obvious. Chapter 238. Welcome to the New York Beef Show again. Today is the second day of the New York Beef Show, and also the semi-finals for the selection of the King of Bulls. Today, our 16 bulls will be graded in order, and the top 8 with the highest scores will enter the finals. Now, please give a cheer. Yesterday, we ranked 16th in popularity, the bull from the Roger Paltrow Company in Kansas, Baby Superpower. As the host's voice fell, a strong bull walked onto the stage. After the bull walked onto the stage, the man kept talking and introducing the situation of the bull. At this time, Jiang Hai and the others were sitting together backstage. Except for them, the other people and bulls were quite happy. Thinking about it, it was understandable. The people here were all representing their own companies. Only Jiang Hai represented himself. In addition, he didn't have a good relationship with the local tyrant, the Cartwright Company, so no one would risk offending the Cartwright Company to make friends with Jiang Hai. Of course, if they knew that Jiang Hai had 20,000 beef cattle with special grade A beef, they would probably forget about the Cartwright Company in an instant. This was the advantage and disadvantage of capitalism. This was a game, a crocodile's game, and everything depended on money. Jiang Hai didn't care about the attitude of these people, and he just studied the mobile phone with his subordinates. "Boss, even if we don't get the king of cattle this time, our manor will be famous. There are a total of 16 cattle, and our manor has 2 of them in the finals. This is a rare event." Looking at Jiang Hai, Robbins couldn't close his mouth since yesterday when he found out that his manor had 2 of them in the finals. For him, this was something he didn't even dare to think about before. It was not an exaggeration to say that the United States was the world's largest beef cattle producer. The amount of beef cattle here was several times more than the second place, Huaxia, and their population was only a quarter of Huaxia's. It was precisely because of this ratio of population and the amount of beef that they had. Therefore, in the United States, ordinary beef was indeed much cheaper than domestic beef, even if it was converted to RMB. In addition, the people in the United States loved beef crazily. Therefore, the people who made a living in the United States, other than the cowboys, the manor owners, and the supermarket owners, the middlemen, which were the livestock companies, also made a lot of money. In modern society, no matter what it was, it had to be advertised. And the best advertisement was a competition. He wanted to let others know that his cow was better than others, and it had to be done in a fair, just, and open environment. It was precisely because of such an environment and market that some businessmen involved in politics began to hold various beef competitions. Of course, various state governments and municipal governments were also very active in participating. As the number of competitions increased, the various regions would also filter out some of the weaker competitions and not allow them to hold them anymore. However, some competitions that had an official background and a good reputation would continue. The New York Beef Show was such a competition. Needless to say, New York was the financial center of the United States and even the world. But a long time ago, the people here also raised cattle. But later on, they stopped raising cattle. Although there were almost no large-scale cattle farms in New York, every move here was related to the fate of the cattle industry in the United States. This was because the price of beef and forage was set here. Although the livestock industry in the eastern United States was not as developed as the central United States and the northwestern United States, the beef show here was not the best in the country, but it was still one of the top 5 in the country. In such a beef show, being able to rank in the top 16 was a good advertisement. In the past, only the large livestock companies could get a share of the cake. Now, Jianghai took away 2 pieces of the cake. It would be strange if the large livestock companies would care about Jianghai. Moreover, they could do him a favor. It will be our turn soon. Belle and I will go out first. Then, Cece and Robbins will go out when it is the 10th contestant. Listening to the host's introduction of the 16th ranked bull, Super Baby, Jianghai's first bull was about to go on stage. Who told them to be the 15th bull? Okay. Hearing Jianghai's words, the 3 people nodded. They had no objections. Jianghai did a good job. At the very least, there was a cowboy in each group, and there was someone who could control the situation. Seeing that no one had any objections, Jianghai and Belle stood up and walked to the faraway cowshed. This was because many bulls, especially bulls, were very aggressive. It was still spring now, and if a bull went berserk, ordinary people would not be able to hold it back. Therefore, the organizers almost never let bulls from different companies meet under any circumstances, just like now. These bulls stayed in their respective cars and were surrounded by cloth to prevent other bulls from seeing each other. But just as Jianghai and Belle were about to walk to his F-750 trailer, a group of people stood up. However, a group of people also stood up. The leader of the group was Paul K. I really didn't expect you to enter the semi-finals so easily. However, your good luck ends here. Facing Jianghai, Paul K. said with a ruthless face. At first, he was a little afraid of Jianghai. Because when Jianghai bet with him, he was full of confidence. He really thought that Jianghai had some kind of bull king. But after yesterday's discussion, he found that Jianghai's bulls were very ordinary. Because in other people's eyes, Jianghai's bulls were almost the same. Except for the different patterns on their bodies, there was almost no difference. At least in the eyes of a layman like him, he could not see what was so good about Jianghai's bulls. No matter what, there needed to be a comparison. But Jianghai's bulls did not have a comparison. When a group of 2-meter-tall people stood together, you wouldn't notice how tall they were. It was like sitting in front of a TV and watching an NBA game. You wouldn't pay too much attention to this problem. However, when a 2-meter-tall person suddenly stood beside a group of 1.8-meter-tall people, it was very obvious. Therefore, in the eyes of people like Paul K., who couldn't tell the density of the meat and the fat content of the beef at a glance, it was impossible for Jianghai to have 15 bull kings. He must have 15 ordinary bulls. And Jianghai did not have a bull king. With such strength, in his opinion, Jianghai was bound to lose. Jianghai's popularity yesterday proved it. If he did not use his personal connections in the end to invite Selena Gomez, he might not even have a spot. But even so, in the face of the bull kings chosen by their companies, Jianghai still had no chance. Prepare a million. In the face of this guy's clamor, Jianghai looked at him with some pity. If he could live in a dream forever, it would be a very good thing for him. But Jianghai was not a good person. He was very willing to wake him up with water when he was sleeping soundly. You. Hearing Jianghai's tough reply, Paul K. could not help but stare at Jianghai angrily. Well, I want to see how you use your ordinary bulls to win against our company's bulls. Yesterday, Cartwright Company ranked second in the popularity ranking. In their opinion, other than Suzuki's bull, their bulls were worthy of being called the Bull King. And the people in the United States were more or less discriminating and xenophobic. As long as their company's bulls were not really a few levels lower than that bull, then this year's champion would still be theirs. As for Jiang Hai, he was no longer in their sight. So confident, do you want to raise the stakes? Seeing Paul K's appearance, Jiang Hai chuckled and said to him. Humph. When he heard that Jiang Hai wanted to use money to pressure people again, although he wanted to agree, his rationality told him that he could not. Because even if he was really sure of winning, it was better to be safe than sorry. What if today's judges' brains were damaged, or they had already been bought by Jiang Hai? So after Jiang Hai's voice fell, he did not agree. We'll accept. But just as he was about to leave, suddenly a voice that Jiang Hai was familiar with came from behind him. Jiang Hai looked up and found that the person who came was none other than the manager of Cartwright Company. Manager. Seeing that his manager actually stood up for him, Paul K was very surprised. What's going on? The day before yesterday, when Jiang Hai said that he wanted to raise the stakes, his manager didn't dare to agree. Why did he dare to do it today? We accepted your bet, but I won't bet on who can win the Bull King. I only bet that you can't win. Walking to Paul K's side, the manager looked at Jiang Hai with a serious face and said. Yesterday's incident was not small. Even Paul K secretly went to look at Jiang Hai's beef bulls. How could he not collect information about his opponent? Unlike Paul K, who could judge Jiang Hai's bulls with his own eyes that they were all ordinary bulls. But he could still use other methods to prove that Jiang Hai's bulls were all ordinary bulls. In the end, he discovered that Jiang Hai's bulls really weren't good bulls. They were ordinary Angus bulls. Although there was no detailed medical report, 6 months ago when Jiang Hai bought the bulls, Paul K still managed to get the medical report of the bulls through his connections. Could an ordinary bull be turned into a Bull King after only half a year of breeding? Regardless of whether other people believed it or not, Paul K did not believe it. In addition, he had also spoken to his father last night. He could afford $10 million. Most importantly, he could use this opportunity to not only trample on Jiang Hai and make $10 million, but he could also advertise himself, a free advertisement. But even though he was certain that Jiang Hai couldn't win the Bull King, he still played a word game. He wasn't betting on whether he or Jiang Hai could win the Bull King, because Suzuki and Truman had the same chance. So he was betting that Jiang Hai's bulls couldn't win the Bull King. In other words, not only did Jiang Hai have to defeat his bulls, but he also had to defeat all the bulls here. Hearing this, Jiang Hai chuckled and said directly to the person opposite him, "Okay, let's make a bet." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Cartwright's lawyer immediately handed the printed bet contract to the two of them. Basically, the bet didn't change, but it changed from Jiang Hai and Paul K to Jiang Hai and Cartwright's company. And the bet turned into whether or not Jiang Hai's cow can win the New York Beef Cattle Show's championship. The bet was $10 million in cash. Whoever lost the bet had to transfer the money to the other party's bank account within an hour after the winner was announced. Otherwise, it would be considered a breach of contract. The breach of contract was $100 million, and the winner could file a lawsuit at any time. This kind of bet was impossible in China, because gambling of any kind was not allowed in China. But it was possible here. When Jiang Hai saw the other party take out the contract, he knew that the other party came prepared. He took a look at it and sent a photo to Moses Adams. When Moses Adams received the photo, he knew that the Cartwright Company had suffered a big loss this time. Don't forget that as Jiang Hai's lawyer, Moses Adams went to Jiang Hai's place and ate a lot of beef. Although the chef in Jiang Hai's manor was not skilled, when the beef was processed in a Western restaurant, the taste was unforgettable. He knew that Cartwright's company would definitely lose. So he immediately looked at the contract. After confirming that there were no traps, he called Jiang Hai. After getting the confirmation, Jiang Hai signed his name on it without saying anything. The manager on the other side also signed his name, Rosalind Cartwright, and added their company's seal. When the contract came into effect, the host at the front desk announced the score of the first cow. The staff began to urge Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai calmly put the contract in his pocket and nodded to Belle Luster. Seeing Jiang Hai's movement, Belle Luster opened the door of the trailer immediately. With the sound of hydraulic pressure lifting the door, a majestic bull walked out of the trailer. When the bull swept its gaze over everyone like a king, everyone was stunned. Didn't he say that he only had 15 ordinary cows? What is this? An American who had been smoking in the distance didn't even notice that his cigarette had burned out. His eyes were fixed on the giant beast behind Jiang Hai, his face full of shock. As for Rosalind Cartwright, who was closest to the bull, his pupils had unconsciously dilated. Yesterday, they had only seen the cows from afar. In order to prevent accidents, the organizer had set up a 3-meter iron fence between the cows to separate them. That was why he hadn't seen the cows from such a close distance. At the same time, he had never thought that he could feel the aura of a ferocious beast from a cow. Under the gaze of the cow, which seemed to be inspecting its territory, Jiang Hai reached out and grabbed one of the cow's horns. The cow wanted to resist at first. This was the difference between a cow and Jiang Hai's pet. Pets were smarter. And this cow, at most, had the IQ of a 2- or 3-year-old child. It did not know what obedience was. This was why Jiang Hai didn't feel bad when he killed the cows. Facing twice the strength of a human, the cow had no choice but to let Jiang Hai press its head down. Now, we are going to participate in the competition. Remember to prepare 10 million in cash. Looking at Rosalind Cartwright in front of him, Jiang Hai's lips curled into an evil smile. At least in his eyes, it was an evil smile. Chapter 239. Next, we will welcome the bull that ranked 15th yesterday. This bull is from the same place as the 10th bull that will appear next. They are from our neighboring province. Next, let's welcome Robin's number 1 from the Soaring Dragon Manor in Winthrop Town, Massachusetts, the host on stage shouted after the staff member explained the situation. As his voice fell, they saw 2 young men slowly walking out from the backstage with a cow. When the cow appeared, many of the audience couldn't help but gasp in shock. Many of them had seen Jiang Hai's bull yesterday. After all, Selena Gomez's performance had been very impressive. Originally, they had only seen Jiang Hai's bull because Selena had voted for Jiang Hai. In the eyes of most people, there was nothing special about Jiang Hai's 15 bulls that were almost the same. Just as Paul K. had thought, it was easy to raise 1 bull king, but it was almost impossible to raise 2 bulls king. If all 15 bulls were basically the same, then it proved that Jiang Hai's bulls were ordinary bulls. However, when Jiang Hai's bull was pulled onto the stage today, these people were a little confused. Whether it was good or not depended mainly on the comparison. On Jiang Hai's side, Robin's number 1, this was also Robin's Garcia's idea. When the staff called yesterday to say that they wanted to name the bulls, the first names that came to Jiang Hai's mind were Big Bull and Air Bull, which were translated into English as Wanbulu and Tubulu. It was really a little silly. Later, he thought of calling them Bronze Bull and Iron Bull. However, this name was also rejected directly. In the end, Robin said that these bulls were raised by him and were like his children. He wouldn't use the surname Garcia because it was blasphemous to his ancestors, but he would use the name Robins. Hence, he called them Robin's number 1 and Robin's number 2. Well, the topic was a little off topic. Let's get back to it. The first bowl before Jiang Hai went on stage, which was the bowl that ranked 16th yesterday, was a Hayford bowl. Actually, this cow was not bad. It weighed about 1150 kilograms and was one of the oldest breeds of cattle in the world. It had a broad body, a well-developed chest, a short head, a wide forehead, and a short and thick neck. It was covered in reddish-brown fur and looked very good. It was just that the whiteness of its face made it look like a skull, so its ranking was a little low. But to be honest, this was definitely a good cow. If this cow was sold as a whole, it would probably be sold for between $12,000 and $15,000, because it was going to be sold as a breeding cow. The judges gave this cow a high score of 8.74. With such a score, it was possible for it to directly enter the top 8. However, when Jiang Hai's bowl came up, these people instantly felt that the previous bull's score was too high. This is an Angus bull. It's now 23 months old. It's a good age for gambling and breeding. It's 145.8 centimeters tall and weighs 805 kilograms. Although it's not as heavy as Super Baby, it's still a rare big guy among Angus bulls. And it looks like it's much more muscular than Super Baby. It wasn't the host's first time hosting such a competition, so he had some understanding of bulls. As he read about this bull, he also observed it. He had to admit that in terms of body size, Jiang Hai's bull was a little thinner than the Hayford bull. However, the streamlined muscles on Jiang Hai's bull were really beautiful and terrifying. Most importantly, the aura on Jiang Hai's bull was completely different from that of ordinary bulls. If other bulls stood here, they would just be bulls. If there was a wild beast beside them, they would be food. No matter how strong and big this bull was, Jiang Hai's bull had its own wild nature. Although it stood there without moving, when its smart eyes swept around, many people would feel their buttholes tighten, as if they were being stared at by a wild beast. This was the strength of Jiang Hai's bull. I haven't seen this bull for a night, but it seems to have become stronger. In the crowd, Pra Walton was also sitting there, but the people sitting beside her were all her subordinates. Looking at the bull on the stage, her eyes couldn't help but flash. She felt that she had bet on the right thing. Jiang Hai's bull was really not an ordinary bull. "Dad, this bull is very good." On the other side, Zhang Dihai's family of 4 was sitting together. His eldest son also pushed up his glasses and whispered to his father. This man also knew about Jiang Hai's existence. But he didn't think that this man would have any relationship with him. He was nothing more than his father's friend. But now it seems that this guy will be a great help to his family's business. Of course I know, my little friend, is he such a simple person? After listening to his son's words, looking at Jiang Hai and the bull on the stage, Zhang Dihai's eyes narrowed, because he remembered that this guy has 20,000 bulls like this. This bull is so beautiful, it's so wild, I feel that if it wasn't for the 2 people on the stage, it might have rushed over. Those eyes are so beautiful. If this bull is not the king of bulls, then what is it? I really doubt that such a beautiful bull was only ranked 15th yesterday. There were many people who had the same thoughts as Zhang Dihai and Pra Walton. However, most of these people chose to shut up, because behind them, there were some Western restaurants and some supermarkets. Now they are already considering whether to discuss the quota with Jiang Hai. And now, the people who are talking are basically tourists. In the eyes of tourists, Jiang Hai's bull is really good. Next, the basic introduction has been done, please give the judges a score. The host touched Jiang Hai's Robin's number 1 lovingly, and said with some reluctance. He has been hosting here for so long, and many things have happened that he doesn't want to recall, such as the bull suddenly going crazy, or the bull not cooperating and kept moving, or the bull urinating and defecating on the stage, and so on, but the most unbearable thing for him is the stench on the bull. He is not an ordinary tourist or a judge. The judges can shut up, but he can't. If he keeps opening his mouth to speak, the stench will enter his body, and even cause problems with his body. But Jiang Hai's bowl solved this problem to the greatest extent. Jiang Hai's bowl also has some smell, but it is more of the fragrance of grass, not the stench of the bowl itself. This kind of smell can't be brushed, this is the feeling of nature. When he thought that after Jiang Hai's bowl went down, the bowl behind Jiang Hai's bowl was still smelly, he was a little reluctant to let Jiang Hai's bowl go down. But no matter what, he was still a responsible host, so he still followed the rhythm with a serious face. Before giving the score, I have a question to ask this young man. Young man, where are you from? Just as the host was about to ask the judges to give the score, at this time, in the audience, an old man slowly stood up and asked Jiang Hai. I am from Huaxia. I came to the United States to invest in a ranch. Now I am in Winthrop. Looking at the old man in front of him, Jiang Hai did not refuse to answer, but he stood up and said to him. These bowls, are you the one who raised them? Looking at Jiang Hai in front of him, the old man pushed his glasses and asked with some excitement. Although I can't say that I raised them, they are indeed produced in my manor. The main credit goes to my cowboys. Jiang Hai thought for a moment. He would not tell his secret to others, not even his closest relatives. Therefore, this was not the time to claim credit. If he pushed the credit to the cowboys, he would get a lot of benefits in one fell swoop. Sure enough, after hearing Jiang Hai's words, Bell, who was standing next to Jiang Hai, couldn't help but have a look of excitement on his face. Then I wonder, are there many of these bowls in your manor? Hearing that Jiang Hai didn't claim credit, the old man was a little surprised. After all, the thoughts of the people in the United States are different from the thoughts of the people in China. In his opinion, with such an opportunity to show his face, it was difficult for someone like Jiang Hai, who was less than 30 years old, to control himself. He estimated that when the time came, he would shout that all the credit was his, but Jiang Hai did not let him do as he wished. It's okay. Hearing that the old man wanted to inquire about the secrets of his manor, Jiang Hai didn't say much. Let me introduce myself. My name is Babbitt Hill, an animal protection scholar. I see that your bowls not only have the aura of intelligence, but also the aura of the wild. This kind of aura should be called aura in Huaxia. Many of the animals we protect now are artificially bred. After releasing them into the wild, they lack the aura of intelligence, which makes it difficult for them to survive in the wild. I don't know if we can go to your manor for research after this conference. Looking at Jiang Hai, the old man didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly to him. Hearing his words, the people next to him couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. This was almost like a pie falling from the sky. This old man, Babbitt Hill, was very famous in the United States. He even sat in the front row at the meetings of the World Environmental Protection Organization. Any place that he took a fancy to was likely to become a conservation area. Not to mention other things, the price of the land there would instantly increase by more than 10 times. If he was not willing to sell, he could casually get some formulas and plans from his hands. It was enough to make the manor both famous and rich. Hearing the old man's words, the people in the backstage clenched their hands at this time. They looked at Jiang Hai with a nervous, envious, and jealous face. However, it seemed that Jiang Hai was not familiar with this old man, and even if he was familiar with him, he would not let him study it. Let's talk about this later. Old man, hurry up and give the score. There are other contestants behind. Chapter 240. It seems like I'm too anxious. Let's talk about it after the competition. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the old man nodded and sat down again. In fact, he found a way out for himself. He also heard that Jiang Hai seemed to be unwilling to let them go to his manor. But the more it was like this, the more the old man was interested in Jiang Hai's manor. After the old man sat down, it was time for the official scoring. There were a total of 6 people who fought. Except for the old man, Jiang Hai did not know the others. But this did not affect their evaluation of Jiang Hai's cow. The first old man scored 9. 7 points, the second 9. 3 points, the third 9. 5 points, the fourth 9. 3 points, the fifth 9. 6 points, and the sixth 9. 6 points. Such a score was already very terrifying. The 6 points were summed up and the final score of Jiang Hai's Robin's number 1 was 9. 45 points. Such a score was already quite good. At least, it was inevitable for him to enter the finals. The reason why this score was not particularly high was mainly because of the Angus cow itself. This kind of cow was really common in the United States, no, the world. It was a breed that originated in the United Kingdom. Later, when the United States was established, the United States introduced this kind of cow. With new breeding, the Angus cow had powerful abilities. Among the total number of beef cows in the United States, the Angus cow accounted for 1/3 of them. And with the United States as the center, it spread to other major countries, such as Canada, New Zealand, and so on. They mainly bred this kind of cow. There were even breeding cows in China, but they could not import the most suitable breed with the most meat. This breed was not sold in the United States. Therefore, it was not an exaggeration to say that the Angus cow was the national cow of the United States. But it was also because of this that there were too many Angus cows. When there were too many of them, they were not commonly seen. A purebred Tibetan Mastiff, if mutated, would definitely be worth a lot of money. Even if there was no Tibetan Mastiff, it would still be very valuable. But a Chinese pastoral dog, even if it had evolved to kill a wolf, was still just a pastoral dog. Jiang Hai's Robin's number 1 was definitely the Angus cow with the highest score in recent years. When the score came out, the audience could not help but applaud. Many people here were old people. They were also surprised that Jiang Hai's cow could get such a high score. But what was certain was that Jiang Hai's cow must be in the top 8. When the host finished announcing the score, Jiang Hai also walked back to the backstage, but when he reached the backstage, the atmosphere was a little strange. The people from the companies who completely ignored Jiang Hai even took the initiative to nod and greet him when they saw that Jiang Hai had returned. Although they did not know the meat yield of Jiang Hai's cow and the quality of the meat, they felt that there might be some possibility of cooperation with Jiang Hai in the future. Although their attitude towards Jiang Hai did not change completely, it was not as bad as before. In the face of the goodwill from these companies, Jiang Hai did not go up to flatter them, but he also did not coldly refuse. The other party smiled and nodded to him, so he nodded back. As for smiling, at least there was no smile today. But this only meant that these companies did not have a direct conflict with Jiang Hai. The people from the Cartwright company were a little embarrassed. Compared to the cow that Jiang Hai brought in and their cow, many people looked at each other. Especially Paul Kay and Rosalind Carlyle. Their faces were so dark that water was about to drip out. But at this time, they had nothing to say, so they could only sit there and wait. Not long after, Jiang Hai's second cow also appeared. When the second cow appeared, everyone could not help but take a deep breath. It was because Jiang Hai's cow was really beautiful. Pulling the cow, Robbins went to the stage to welcome even louder cheers. Backstage, the atmosphere was even more oppressive, especially for the Cartwright company. The fact was really a little beyond their expectations. They originally thought that Jiang Hai only had 15 ordinary cows, but they did not expect that there was a story behind these cows. At this time, they did not think that Jianghai's 15 cows were all cow kings, but at least Jianghai's 2 cows were still very threatening to them. Time flew quickly, and the morning exhibition ended. In the end, the highest score was obtained by the Suzuki Company's 5A Wagyu, which got the highest score, 9.52 points. The second was Jianghai's Robin's number 2, 9.47 points. The third was still Jianghai's cow, Robin's number 1, 9.45 points. Then it was the cows of other companies, but the gap between them was a little big. The difference between Jianghai's cow and the first Wagyu was only 0.5 points, and the fourth cow was only 0.2 points worse than Jianghai's cow, only 9.33 points. The Cartwright Company's cow, at least in appearance, was ranked 5th, 9.27 points. There was also a gap of 1.8 points from Jianghai's Robin's number 1. This gap was obvious in the eyes of discerning people. The two cows were really different. If Jianghai's cow was a Wagyu, or a Belgian blue cow, or a Charolais cow, or even a Limousin cow, or a Simmental cow, Jianghai's score would probably be increased by a few tenths, and it was not impossible to threaten the status of the 5A Wagyu. When the organizer announced the ranking of tomorrow's top 8 cows, there was a deafening cheer, and Jianghai's face also showed a smile. For them, the appearance of these two cows was only secondary. After killing the cows tomorrow, when the marble veins appeared, they would let these people know what a real cow was. Now that they had broken into the semi-finals, Jianghai and others had no meaning to wait here. So they directly loaded the cows into the car and returned to their cowshed. After Jianghai and others left, the backstage here was lively again. In their view, this time, except for the 2 cows in Jianghai's manor, the other 6 cows were selected. They were quite satisfied with the cake this time. In the final 8, Jianghai's cows were in the top 2. Suzuki's 2 Wagyu cows were in the semi-finals, and Cartwright's 2 Angus cows were also in the semi-finals. One was an Angus cow, and the other was a Belgian blue cow. But everyone knew that the Belgian blue cow looked good, but its meat was not very good. It was just a kind of muscle cow, so even if it was in the semi-finals, its ranking would not be high. Because of this, the Cartwright Company's main focus was the Angus bull. Unfortunately, their bull's ranking in the preliminaries wasn't very good. This time, the bet with Jianghai might be a little dangerous for them. These 3 companies had already occupied 6 of the top 8 spots. The remaining 2 spots belonged to a company from Texas, Truman Company. An Angus cow from this company had also made it into the top 8, but it was ranked 7th. The last one was from Boveda Company, whose Charolais steak was ranked 6th. These were today's top 8. Suzuki's Wagyu 1 was ranked 1st, followed by Jianghai's Robin's 1 and 2. Cartwright's Belgian blue cow was ranked 4th, Suzuki's Wagyu 2 was ranked 5th, Boveda's Charolais cow was ranked 6th, Truman Company's Angus cow was ranked 7th, and Cartwright's Angus cow was ranked 8th. Originally, these 2 Angus cows should have been ranked higher. Indeed, the quality of these 2 cows was not bad. But the bad thing was that Jianghai's 2 cows were too perfect. Everything was afraid of being compared, and this was true for cows as well. If it was a different kind of cow, they might have a chance to have the upper hand, like Wagyu, Charolais, Belgian blue cows, and so on. But Angus cows were of the same kind. Even if their sizes were similar, their aura was completely different. Obviously, the people from Cartwright Company were not satisfied with this result. Not long after Jianghai left, these people also left. But when they returned to the hotel, Rosalind Cartwright, who had made a bet with Jianghai, threw his suit on the sofa. Right now, there was no one who was more depressed than him and had a bigger headache than him. This was called everything. He had just signed a new bet with Jiang Hai, and Jiang Hai had given him a resounding slap. Looking at Jiang Hai's 2 cows, he felt that his face was a little swollen. What was this? He had wanted to use this opportunity to trample on Jiang Hai, but in the end, he was thrown to the ground by Jiang Hai. It was too embarrassing. Manager, what should we do now? Looking at Rosalind Cartwright, besides him, the one who was most afraid was Paul K. After all, he was the one who had made a bet with Jiang Hai first. Although this bet had now been transferred to the company, and even if he lost, he did not need to pay, the beginning of this disaster was caused by him. If he caused the company to lose 10 million yuan, it would be a good thing if the company directly fired him. If some of the previous small debts were dug out, it was possible that he would be sent to prison directly. So now he was also very afraid. Looking at the manager, who was still in a rage, Paul K. asked carefully. You asked me what to do. I want to ask you what to do. You could have provoked anyone, but you provoked him. If we are suppressed by a manor at this beef show, do you think we will still have a foothold in the East? It would have been better if Rosalind Carlyle had not heard Paul Carlyle's voice, but when he heard Paul Carlyle's words, he shouted loudly. Hearing the manager's roar, Paul K. hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, Boss, we didn't expect that guy's cows to be so good. Since he really has the ability to win, should we think of a way to stop him from participating? Chapter 241. There's a picture of his father hanging on it. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. In the cowshed on the outskirts of New York, Jiang Hai was leaning against a pile of hay. He was looking at his phone while eating. After spending a lot of time with these cows, Jiang Hai had gradually gotten used to their taste. At least, he could still eat when he was around 15 cows. Now, Jiang Hai was playing his crosstalk routine. As for whether it was copyrighted, Jiang Hai didn't know. He just downloaded it online. It wasn't just one person who did the crosstalk, but all the members of a certain German society. Now, he was performing the crosstalk routine of the certain German society's boss, Bosqua. He had to admit that in the current situation where most of the people in the country were the main theme, the crosstalk routine of a certain German society was quite fun. Although some people seemed a little vulgar and a little bad, and always made jokes about the supporting actor, this was the joke. Just like what Bosqua's partner, Yu Xiaobao, said, this was their job. If crosstalk couldn't make the audience laugh, then what was the point of it? Jiang Hai admitted that he was a layman. He liked money, beautiful women, and a luxurious life, so he still liked these things very much. Although he was in the United States, in addition to watching crosstalks, he also often watched domestic variety shows. Of course, he didn't like to watch shows that were obviously young and old. He was quite interested in shows like Running Man, The God of Songs on the Internet, Refrigerator, and so on. On the contrary, he didn't like the variety shows in the United States very much. For example, The Voice of America, America's Got Talent, Conan, Oprah's talk show, and so on. He felt that they were ordinary because sometimes the jokes in them were really a little too dirty. Many people in the United States could talk about that kind of things on TV without batting an eyelid. The length of a man, the time, the skills, whether a woman liked to do that kind of thing, the sound of her moaning, and so on. These were all talked about everywhere. Jiang Hai was a rural farmer who didn't have a girlfriend and lived in the suburbs. If he always watched these things, his nutrition couldn't keep up. Of course, there were some programs that he liked to watch. For example, Victoria Has a Secret and so on. It was like no one had a secret. Looking at the screen swaying back and forth, Jiang Hai's heart would become calmer. And it was purely admiring the clothes. Regardless of whether you believe it or not, Jiang Hai believed it. In the United States, when it came to variety shows, the most popular one was WWE, which was also known as the American Professional Wrestling Federation. It was divided into several channels: Raw, SmackDown, TNA, RH, Me, etc. In America, whether it was South America, North America, or even Japan, wrestling was very popular. However, this kind of thing could only be watched as entertainment because the fights were all fake. Whether it was winning or losing, or the fighting scenes, it was all going according to the script. Jiang Hai had also watched WWE before, but that was when HHH and Gao Bo were competing. At that time, it might have been a real fight because there would be blood in the ring almost every week. According to the current saying, these people were all good actors. Regardless of whether there was a script or not, at least it looked real. But now, it was just that. Sometimes, before the karate chop hit the opponent would have already reacted. For example, most of the women's competitions were like this. But then again, Jiang Hai still liked to watch women's competitions. His nutrition was almost unable to keep up. It was better for him to watch domestic variety shows to calm his heart. Today was the quarterfinals, and tomorrow was the quarterfinals. This was also the last night, and it needed to be watched carefully. Because Jiang Hai's only veteran cowboy, Robbins Garcia, was going to the slaughterhouse tomorrow to watch the cows being slaughtered. In order to avoid any accidents, Robbins Garcia would not be on watch tonight. Jiang Hai would be on watch for 4 hours alone. After returning to the hotel, Jiang Hai ate, washed up, and went to bed. He slept from 8:00 until 1:30 in the middle of the night. After washing up, he drove to replace Eleanor Cece. From 2:00 in the middle of the night until 6:00 in the morning, it was Jiang Hai's time. Jiang Hai's physical fitness was quite good. Not only did he watch for 4 hours, but he also slept for 6 hours before that. If he did not sleep, it should not be a problem for him to stay awake for 3 to 5 days. If he received training, it might be even longer. However, Jiang Hai was not willing to suffer. Why would he train for nothing? If he had the time, he might as well think about how to improve the scales on his body. It was only one level up, but the improvement method was obviously different. At the same time, his strength had doubled. If he leveled up again, there might be more changes. Therefore, at this time, Jiang Hai was very calm. He just sat there, drinking tea, watching crosstalk, and eating melon seeds. Time unknowingly passed by. Behind Jiang Hai, the cows were also kneeling there, breathing evenly. Of course, in addition to the air above them, there was also a lot of air below them. Cows were creatures that liked to fart the most in the world. You can say that they don't eat soybeans and drink cold water every day, so how could they fart so much? Fortunately, Jiang Hai was sitting in the upper wind. If he was sitting in the lower wind, he would have suffered. Time passed by, and in the blink of an eye, it was already 3:00 in the middle of the night. As the easternmost region of the United States, the sun rose very early here. The United States was not like Huaxia, where there was only one standard time. There were two standards here. The time in the east and west of the United States was different, with a difference of about an hour. But an hour could not stop the sun from rising quickly here. At about 3:00 in the morning, the sun was about to rise. The darkness before dawn was also the darkest, and the human body was also the most sleepy in this place. Even Jiang Hai couldn't help but yawn, but just as he yawned, he suddenly saw several figures in the distant darkness, slowly walking towards him. Who is it? Rubbing his eyes, Jiang Hai directly turned on the camera of his mobile phone and shouted at the people in the distance. It's me. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the people on the opposite side also shouted. Generally speaking, such a standard answer would make the people who called lower their guard, but Jiang Hai's vigilance suddenly rose because this voice was very unfamiliar. "Stand there, who are you?" Hearing the words of these people, Jiang Hai shouted loudly. Hearing Jiang Hai's shout, the cattle that were sleeping behind Jiang Hai woke up, but unfortunately, cattle are not night vision animals, so they have nothing to do after waking up, just lying there with their eyes open. This time, after hearing Jiang Hai's words, the few people here did not answer, but they who were just walking started to run at this time. Seeing them running towards him, Jiang Hai's eyes narrowed. He could be sure that these people absolutely had no good intentions. He immediately put the mobile phone on the haystack next to him and turned on the recording function. At this time, these people also rushed over. When they walked in, Jiang Hai saw that there were a total of 5 people. In addition to 4 empty-handed, one person was carrying something on his back. Seeing that Jiang Hai was actually recording, the 4 people here looked at each other, and in an instant, 3 of them rushed towards Jiang Hai, while the other person and the person carrying something on his back walked towards the cowshed. Seeing the movements of these people, Jiang Hai knew that these people should be coming for his cattle. How can this be? These cattle are Jiang Hai's life. At this moment, he no longer held back. The first thing he did was to rush towards the 3 people. When the 3 people saw that Jiang Hai dared to take the initiative to greet them, they didn't hold back and rushed towards Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai's guess was right. These people were here to deal with Jiang Hai's cattle. They had already learned about it before. Jiang Hai's cowshed was only guarded by Jiang Hai alone, and he did not have a gun. The 5 people did not have weapons. Not to mention that it was 5 against 1, even if it was 3 against 1, they did not think that Jiang Hai would be their opponent. Just like now, the first person who rushed over punched Jiang Hai's nose. It could be seen that these people were also good at fighting. The human body, or to be exact, the body of a man, had 3 biggest weaknesses. The first was the nose, the second was the stomach, and the third was the vital part. Hitting the nose was the easiest to cause a concussion. At the same time, the soreness of the nasal bones would accelerate the secretion of tears and blur the vision. This was equivalent to destroying the balance and vision of the opponent for a certain period of time. As for the stomach, it was because a punch would cause the person to feel weak and nauseous. As for the last vital part, it did not need to be said. All men knew it. As soon as he saw these people directly hit his nose, Jiang Hai understood that these people were also premeditated. However, his strong physical fitness was not a joke. He immediately tilted his head and dodged the opponent's fist. He pushed his left hand, and the opponent felt a huge force coming from his arm. At this time, Jiang Hai's leg instantly kicked his lower abdomen. Bang! With a muffled sound, the man had already flown out upside down. Jiang Hai's kick directly sent him flying back 5 or 6 meters before he fell heavily on the ground. He clutched his lower abdomen and was in so much pain that he could not make a sound. Seeing that their companion was beaten down so quickly, the 2 people who rushed over together could not help but be stunned for a moment. However, Jiang Hai would not be stunned. Bale had taught Jiang Hai that when fighting, the most important thing to do was to be distracted. Taking advantage of the opponent's weakness was an inevitable choice. Therefore, Jiang Hai did not say anything at the moment. He had already rushed to the front of these 2 people. Chapter 242. Who the F*** CK? Seeing that Jiang Hai didn't retreat but moved forward, these 2 people also panicked a little. However, their many years of fighting made them react immediately. One of them punched directly at Jiang Hai's temple, and the other kicked at Jiang Hai's left arm. Seeing the movements of these 2 people, Jiang Hai didn't say much. He blocked the person's fist that was aimed at his temple with his right hand. At the same time, he clamped the other person's leg with his left arm. After shaking off this person's fist, Jiang Hai's arm directly used the Great Sage Chop. In fact, it was his right fist that directly smashed down on this person's knee from top to bottom. Only a cracking sound was heard, and this person's knee had already bent outwards. Ah! This severe pain also invaded this person's brain, making this person's body soften instantly. He hugged his leg and began to howl loudly. Jiang Hai also let go of this person at this time. He turned around and dodged the person's leg that he had just blocked. His body shrank, and he had already gotten into this person's arms. He aimed at the person's chin and used an elbow strike. Since these people came to find trouble with him, Jiang Hai wouldn't kill them with one punch. But at least he didn't go easy on them. After a cracking sound, this person flew backward. After turning 360 degrees in the air, he fell to the ground with a bang. Not only was his jaw broken, but his teeth were also knocked out by Jiang Hai. The most important thing was that this blow was transmitted to his brain. A concussion was inevitable. This time, this person couldn't even get up. Looking at the three people who had been dealt with, Jiang Hai also turned his head and looked at the other two people. Although it was lively just now, in fact, the battle between Jiang Hai and these three people could be described as a flash of lightning. Almost in just a few seconds of contact, Jiang Hai had already beaten these three people down. At this time, the two of them hadn't gone far. When they saw Jiang Hai looking at them, they couldn't help but quicken their pace. Unfortunately, no matter how fast they were, could they be faster than Jiang Hai? The first thing Jiang Hai did was to rush towards the two of them. Go! Seeing Jiang Hai coming over, the man who had been guarding the bag shouted and rushed towards Jiang Hai. This guy was black, very black. If he didn't speak, he could almost blend in with the surrounding scenery. Jiang Hai didn't notice before, but when Jiang Hai ran to his side, he was stunned. This guy was really tall. He was almost 10 meters tall, and his whole body was full of muscles. His muscles were bulging, and his cheeks were puffed up. It seemed that this guy should be the fighter in this group. Looking at this bastard who was more than one size bigger than him, Jiang Hai didn't retreat. Unless this guy was a robot, otherwise, he would have to kneel down to Jiang Hai. Looking at the person in front of him, Jiang Hai had already rushed in front of him. He went up and kicked the guy in the chest. The huge force made the guy step back 5 or 6 steps, but he didn't fall. Jiang Hai also took this opportunity to run over again. Jiang Hai's height was not much shorter than him. With a height of more than 190 meters, he also ran vigorously. In a few steps, he ran in front of the big black man. He stepped on the ground with his right foot and jumped up in an instant. He grabbed the big man's head with both hands and used his left knee to hit the guy's face hard. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. And Jiang Hai, who was about to fall, suddenly pulled his lower abdomen in the air at this time. The powerful ability to stay in the air made him pause for a moment. And in that instant, it was enough for him to turn his leg, which was originally spread out, and knee him again. 2 consecutive knee strikes. In an instant, the guy's face really bloomed. At this time, Jiang Hai fell again. But don't think that Jiang Hai just fell. His hands, which were originally holding the guy, were also propped up at this time. His 2 elbows, with a momentum from above, heavily hit the guy's head. Only 2 cracking sounds were heard. The guy's head unconsciously collapsed into 2 holes, and his eyes rolled back. He directly lay on the ground and lost consciousness. Seeing Jiang Hai take care of his 4 accomplices so quickly, the people on the other side were also anxious. At this time, he also understood that he probably couldn't escape, but his professionalism was still good. He didn't directly kneel down and beg for mercy. Maybe he also knew that even if he knelt down, Jiang Hai wouldn't spare him. So, without saying a word, he opened the bag he had been carrying and threw it towards Jiang Hai's cowshed. F***ck, you dare. Seeing this person's action, although Jiang Hai ran fast, he was still a step too late. He let the guy throw the contents of the bag into Jiang Hai's cowshed. Just as the guy's face was showing a smile, Jiang Hai came over. Without saying anything, he went up and grabbed the guy's hair. Then his big fist, which was as big as a bowl, smashed the guy's face, body, and stomach. The banging sound spread far in the night. At this time, the security guards of the cowshed and the people in the nearby cowsheds also heard these people's screams. They couldn't help but walk out hesitantly. Seeing Jiang Hai beat the guy here, most of the people guarding the cowshed didn't care. But the security guards here were different. They immediately rushed over and wanted to pull Jiang Hai away. "Sir, please calm down. Otherwise, we'll have to use force." Seeing that the three people who came over failed to pull Jiang Hai away and were pushed down by Jiang Hai, the leader in charge of the security here shouted with a serious face. His men had already called the police. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai, who had already beaten the guy to a pulp, stopped. "What are you doing? You still have the nerve to pull me away. Do you know who these people are? Not only are they trying to harm me, but they are also trying to harm my cows. What kind of security guards are you?" After throwing the guy far away, Jiang Hai took back the phone that had been recording. After turning off the recording function, Jiang Hai said with a gloomy face. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the leader of the security team was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at the people who were still screaming on the ground. These people didn't seem to be from his security team. He didn't know who these people were. "Why are you still in a daze? I just saw these guys throw something into my cowshed. If there is any accident with my cow, I will sue you until you go bankrupt." Seeing these people in a daze, Jiang Hai did not stay still and shouted loudly. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the leader of the security team was shocked. He was also a small leader. The security of this beef show was rented to a security company and signed a contract. If any accident happened here, their company would have to pay a lot of money. And he, as the person in charge, must bear the brunt of the disaster. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, except for half of the people who stayed to watch Jiang Hai, the rest of the people quickly ran to Jiang Hai's cowshed. "Hey, it's too late." Seeing the movements of these people, the guy who was kicked out first clutched his chest and said with a face full of hatred. They really didn't think that Jiang Hai was so powerful that he beat them up like this. But it didn't matter, as long as they could complete the task. The money they got was definitely more than what they got from being beaten up a few times. "Leader." Hearing the leader's words, the security team quickly poured into Jiang Hai's cowshed. As soon as they entered the cowshed, or to be exact, before they entered the cowshed, they found a lot of soybeans on the ground. Several of them picked up the soybeans and looked at them. Their faces flashed a trace of panic, and they immediately ran back to the leader's side and whispered. When the leader saw the soybeans in the hands of these people, his face flashed a trace of surprise. He didn't have the leisure to look at Jiang Hai and ran in immediately. Jiang Hai also called Moses Adams and called Robbins and others to come over. At the same time, he ran into the cowshed. As soon as they entered the cowshed, Jiang Hai and the security leader found that the ground of the cowshed was full of soybeans. Soybeans were the same for cattle as carrots were for horses. It was something that they liked to eat very much. When raising cattle overseas, some people would feed them with soybeans, and soybeans were the most common ingredient in the feed. Very few cows could withstand the smell of soybeans. Of course, the soybeans that were sprinkled on the ground were not just soybeans. These soybeans were smeared with poison. The security leader smelled it and felt it. Just when he felt that Jiang Hai's cattle might suffer, at this time, Jiang Hai's 15 cattle were lying on the ground. Although some cattle were curious to smell the soybeans, none of them ate it. This was also a bad habit that Jiang Hai's cattle had developed. They had been used to the grassy taste of Jiang Hai's manor. They were not interested in food that didn't have that kind of natural smell. Obviously, these soybeans belonged to this kind of food. For a while, the security team, the security leader, and Jiang Hai looked at these cattle, and these cattle looked at them. The scene was really a bit strange. After about a few minutes, the alarm outside made the security leader react. After looking at Jiang Hai with a little doubt, he waved his hand, indicating that everyone should move first. Immediately, he helped Jiang Hai change the cow sheet, and then cleaned the ground here. As for those people, they had been taken away by the police. Jiang Hai naturally had to go with them. After all, these people were beaten badly by Jiang Hai, but Jiang Hai didn't care. Because according to Moses Adams, he had the video, and these people were beaten for nothing. But according to Moses Adams, although these people were beaten for nothing, they would not be sentenced to a heavy sentence. After all, their main target was the cattle, not Jiang Hai. Although poisoning cattle was also a crime, it was not a serious one. Chapter 243. Boss, is there no problem? At 9:00 in the morning, Jiang Hai also walked out of the police station. When he came out, Eleanor Cece had been waiting for him outside the police station for a long time. No problem, what about the game? Shaking his head, Jiang Hai said to Eleanor Cece. It doesn't matter. Robbins and Belle have been watching. Now they are sent to the officially designated slaughterhouse. It is impossible for the other party to do anything. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Eleanor Cece said with a serious face. After Jiang Hai called, the three of them rushed to the cow shed. After confirming that Jiang Hai and the cows were fine, the three of them were relieved. Then Jiang Hai was taken to the police station to make a statement. After all, even if Jiang Hai has evidence, he still needs to go through the process. He beat the 5 guys very badly. Jiang Hai didn't let the 3 of them come with him. Instead, he asked them to watch there first and wait for the game to start. They must keep an eye on these cows. This is the most important thing. Don't forget, the purpose of Jiang Hai and the others coming here is to promote the manor, not just to come here for a walk. Indeed, someone invaded his cow shed. The organizer must be responsible. The security company's responsibility is the greatest. This is unavoidable. If Jiang Hai wants, he can let these guys claim compensation, but the compensation is obviously only a compensation of 1,800,000, and the money he paid will be returned, that's all. For him, there is no difference between 1 million and 2 million under the premise of cattle. Then let's go quickly. Hearing Noelle Cece's words, Jiang Hai patted him and said immediately. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Noelle Cece also nodded, but just as the two were about to leave, a group of people ran over in the distance. The leader is the captain of the security team. In addition to him, there are several people in suits. Mr. Jiang Hai, please wait a minute, I am the person in charge of the security of this exhibition. Can we talk? Looking at Jiang Hai, the fat leader said with a sincere face. Looking at him, Jiang Hai is very angry. If it weren't for the fact that his cows were fine, he would have sued this company until it went bankrupt. But now, even if nothing happened, Jiang Hai doesn't have a good impression of this company. However, while Moses Adams was driving here, he also told Jiang Hai that there must be a problem with the organizers of the exhibition. But because the organizers had already sold the security to this company, Jiang Hai didn't know what to do. So, even if something happened, it is the company's business, it has nothing to do with the exhibition. At the same time, because nothing happened, and Jiang Hai beat someone up, he and his cows were not hurt. So, this security company must be responsible, but the responsibility will not be too big. At most, they will pay some money to settle it privately. Of course, if they want to sue them, they will be successful. But the total value of this company is only a little more than $1 million. Even if they win the lawsuit, there is no profit to speak of. If this is an ordinary American, they may have to think of other ways, but Jiang Hai is different. Huaxia people care about face more than anything else, so he will not let this company go easily. But for the specifics, Jiang Hai still has to discuss with Moses Adams. He has no time to deal with this group of people now. Go and talk to my lawyer. After coldly telling this person, Jiang Hai got into the car with Eleanor Cece. In the car, he called Robbins and learned that the cows have been killed and skinned. The skins were given to them. As for the beef, it was sealed. They sent the beef back to the exhibition hall with the staff of the exhibition. After hearing this, Jiang Hai immediately drove to the exhibition hall with Noel Cece. When they arrived, the meat of today's beef was already on display in the exhibition hall. Today's display has nothing to do with yesterday's ranking. It is mainly based on the company. Jiang Hai's manor was attacked last night. Although the result is not clear, it is no secret here. So today, the organizers specially sent Jiang Hai's 2 cows to the slaughterhouse. When the cows are killed, they are killed together, so there is a difference in time. So, Jiang Hai's cows are arranged to be the last 2 to appear. The other 4 companies are the first to appear. The first to appear is half the host here, the Belgian blue cow from Cartwright Company. The Belgian blue cow is indeed a muscular cow, but as mentioned just now, the distribution of fat in the muscles of a muscular cow is not very good. So this cow looks good, but it may not be delicious. After it is killed, it is sent to the front of the stage. After the judge's reference, they finally gave it a score of 8. 2. This kind of score meant that these people didn't think highly of this cow. Otherwise, they would have given it a score of at least 8. 5. However, the Cartwright Company didn't care about it. At the beginning, this cow just wanted to make a name for itself. Now, it has completed its mission. After Cartwright Company, Truman Company's Angus cow and Boveda Company's Charolais cow were sent up. The final result of the 2 cows is also good. Truman Company's Angus cow's final score is 8. 8. The whole cow's meat is 64%. The eye meat and the upper brain have marbled lines, but the lines are not very good. Only about 0.5% of the meat can be regarded as special grade A beef. A bull weighs 750 kilograms, and the final meat is 480 kilograms. 2. 5 kilograms of beef of superior grade, 37 kilograms of beef of special grade, 274 kilograms of beef of superior grade, and dozens of kg of beef of standard grade and commercial grade. Such beef cattle would be used as breeding cattle in ordinary manners. But here, it can't even reach the average score of 9. It has to be admitted that the requirements of this exhibition are really strict. The score of 8. 8 is not low, but it is definitely not high. With such a score, let alone winning the championship, it is difficult to even be in the top 3. In addition to this cow, the Charolais cow of the Boveda Company had also slaughtered out a special grade beef. Although the Charolais cow was bigger than the Angus cow, the special grade beef it obtained was much smaller than the Angus cow. Boveda Company had only obtained 1.7 kilograms of special grade beef, which was the lowest score for a cow king grade beef. After these two cows went on stage, the next one to go on stage was Suzuki's Wagyu. When this cow is sent up, Jianghai and the others also came to the exhibition hall. "Oh, you actually came here. I heard that you were attacked last night. How is it? What happened?" Seeing Jianghai and the others come, Paul K. of Cartwright Company came over with a smug face. "It has nothing to do with you. You'd better pray that the bastards you found are stubborn enough. Otherwise, your company will be finished." Needless to say, Jianghai knew that the five guys must be related to these people. But these guys are stubborn enough. After entering the police station, they still have a fearless expression. In the United States, a country that pays attention to democracy and human rights, extorting a confession by torture in the police station is not tenable. As for these guys, their criminal records were not as thin as a notebook. Even if Jianghai investigated them, these people would only be sent to prison for 1 or 2 years. In addition, Jianghai was very heavy-handed. These people would have to lie in the hospital for a few months before being sent to prison. This is really not a big deal for people who have a second home in prison. Moreover, Jianghai didn't know anyone from the underworld, so it wasn't easy to get information out of them. "Don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, I will sue you for slander." Hearing Jianghai's words, Rosalind Cartwright came over and said to Jianghai with a serious face. Jianghai listened to his words and snorted disdainfully. "Humph, what kind of people are you? You have a guilty conscience. No matter what, I want to mess with your company. What can your company do? Since you've made your choice, then we'll fight to the death. I hope you can hold on when the time comes." Looking at Rosalind Cartwright in front of him, Jianghai narrowed his eyes and said word by word. At this time, there was also a burst of cheers at the front desk. Soon, a staff member brought back the news of the Wagyu. Although it is not the strongest cattle of Suzuki, it is indeed very strong in Japan. This Wagyu does not look very conspicuous, but it is also quite strong. Wagyu is raised in different regions, so there are some slight differences in species. Just in Japan, it is divided into Jinjo cattle, Kobe cattle, Danma cattle, Matsusaka cattle, Miyazaki cattle, Saga cattle, Misawa cattle, etc. Among them, the most famous was the Danma cattle. This cow was also the same. The total weight of this cow was 940 kilograms, and a total of 31.5 kilograms of superior grade beef. When this weight was weighed, a lot of people were instantly shocked. This is a very scary amount of meat. The most important thing is that this cow is not the strongest cow in Suzuki. The strongest Wagyu cow hasn't appeared yet. When the news reached the backstage, the humble Japanese who have been staying in the corner couldn't help but raise their heads. Although Jianghai has no love for Japan, he has to admit that the Wagyu cow is indeed the strongest cow in the world. In the past 3 days, Suzuki has been lukewarm. They will take the initiative to nod and greet anyone they see. Even when all the companies are giving face to Cartwright, the people of Suzuki will also take the initiative to nod and greet Jianghai. No matter what they think, these guys at least do it on the surface, there is no way to find fault. Chapter 244. When the news about Bull 2 was sent to the backstage, the Japanese, who had always been cautious and humble, suddenly became more confident. But even so, they just stood at a distance and didn't come forward to communicate with others. This made it difficult for others to find trouble with them. Jianghai was from Bing City, and all the people in the northeast hated the Japanese. To be exact, all the people in Huaxia hated the Japanese. So, Jianghai also hated the Japanese. But he did not have any relationship with them. This made Jianghai unable to do anything to them. What's more, there was a guy in front of him who was looking for trouble with him, Rosalind Cartwright. The final result is out. 9, 3 points. It is a very high result. Just when the people in the backstage were whispering to each other, the staff reported the final result. When they heard 9, 3 points, everyone could not help but take a deep breath. With this result, it was not impossible for the Japanese to win the championship. Although the Angus cow from Cartwright Company was not bad, it was not easy to get 9, 3 points. What's more, Suzuki Company had a bigger Wagyu cow. If this cow was 9, 3 points, then the Wagyu cow must be 9, 5 points. Seems like the Japanese will be the winner this year. The people from the two companies next to them, Truman and Baveda, were whispering. However, they didn't care because their main project location was in the central and western parts of the United States. They just came to the east to join in the fun. The one who really lost face was the Cartwright Company. But now, Cartwright Company was not in the mood to care about the Japanese. In the eyes of Cartwright Company's manager, Rosalind Cartwright, it was better to let the Japanese win the title than to let Jianghai win the title. Letting the Japanese win the title, at least the Japanese will prove to the world that their beef is the best. They can accept losing to the Japanese in beef. Although they will be scolded when they return to the company, it was better than being kicked out. However, if he lost to Jianghai, it would mean that his backyard was on fire. That would be troublesome. Right now, his thoughts were probably similar to the Empress Dowager of the previous dynasty before the Huaxia. It was better to be an ally than a servant. Of course, Jianghai was not a slave of the Cartwright Company, but losing to a manor in the eastern region would make them lose face. What you need to pay attention to now is not to bicker with us, but to remember our bet. We are betting on whether you can become the champion. Otherwise, you should prepare the 10 million. After He Nyo came down, the next one to come up was the Cartwright Company. Hearing the staff's words, Rosalind Cartwright chuckled disdainfully and then walked straight ahead. Soon, he and the others brought the slaughtered cow to the front of the stage. Although the Cartwright Company was not very good, they had to admit that their selection of cows was not bad. A 755 kilograms cow was killed to 506 kilograms, which exceeded the highest average slaughter rate by 2 percentage points. After all, it was the strongest cow king selected from millions of cows. It was definitely comparable to the Japanese Nyo. Among the 506 kilograms of beef, 42.7 kilograms had reached the superior grade. The ratio of superior grade beef was as high as 8.4%. This kind of slaughter rate was very terrifying. In addition to the superior grade beef, there was also a lot of superior grade beef. This also made the people outside cheer unconsciously. In the end, this cow got a high score of 9.6. It was 0.3 points higher than the Japanese Nyo. In the eyes of these people, if the Japanese Nyo behind was not outstanding, then this cow might be today's champion. As for Jianghai's beautiful cow yesterday, no one remembered it. The people in front could not remember it because they would ignore it, but the people backstage knew something about yesterday's situation. When the people of the Cartwright Company stepped down again, Rosalind Cartwright deliberately glanced at Jianghai and smiled proudly. In his opinion, this result was almost guaranteed. Even if there was no way to beat the Suzuki Japanese Nyo, it would not be a problem to beat Jianghai's cow. Although he was worried that the quality of Jianghai's cow was good, even if the quality of the cow was good, Jianghai's 20,000 cows would not be able to reach 8.4% of the superior grade beef. If he had known that his cow was so good, perhaps he would not have gone to find trouble with Jianghai. Of course, on the surface, he was completely unaware of this matter. Even if there was a problem, it would be Paul Cartwright's problem. It had nothing to do with him. Now he felt that he was being too cautious. How could someone like Jiang Hai be worthy of being his opponent? He was thinking too much. Seeing him walk down proudly, the corners of Jiang Hai's mouth twitched unconsciously. This guy was definitely courting death. After he came down, it was the turn of Suzuki's largest Japanese Nyo. After a while, a louder cheer was heard. Rosalind Cartwright, who had been very proud of himself, could not help but smile when he saw the data sent by the staff in front of him. Judging from the news, he might be in trouble this time. His opponent's Japanese Nyo had produced 67 kilograms of superior-grade beef. Although this data was not very scary compared to the original weight of the Japanese Nyo, the quality of the beef was here. When this big piece of beef was thrown on the scale, not only the audience's eyes lit up, but also the judge's eyes. Sitting below, Zhang Dihai and Pra Walton, as well as the purchasing staff of other companies, were all discussing in a low voice. This time, the people of Japan obviously came with bad intentions. This kind of beef was definitely the best in Japan or the United States. The 67 kilograms of superior-grade beef was $700 per kilogram, so the beef alone was worth $46,900. In addition, there were nearly 200 kilograms of specially selected beef, which was $250 per kilogram, so that was more than $40,000. There were also some scraps of superior grade, standard grade, and commercial grade beef. After this calculation, the value of a Japanese Nyo was as high as $100,000. After this calculation, everyone present could not help but be stunned. Especially those who raised cattle, they had some difficulty breathing. The value of a Japanese Nyo was as high as $100,000. Even if it cost $50,000 to buy seeds and raise a cow, it would still make $50,000. In the United States, a middle-class family wouldn't even make $50,000 a year after paying taxes, but this cow was more than enough. This was just one Japanese Nyo. What if there were 10, 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 Japanese Nyo? They would make a fortune. Of course, they were just thinking about it. A Japanese Nyo of this level not only had to be selected from many herds, but also had to be specially raised. In fact, the cost of such a Japanese Nyo was about $60,000. If they were to sell it, they would have to deduct the tax. In fact, one Japanese Nyo could only make about $10,000 per Japanese Nyo. But even so, it was enough to make people go crazy. But when they thought about the status of this kind of Japanese Nyo, they could only sigh helplessly. Sometimes, they thought too much. King Nyo, King Nyo, King Nyo. Seeing the Japanese Nyo being dissected on the stage, the audience could not help but shout. To them, it was rare to see such an ox king. I still remember the last time I saw a Japanese Nyo that could produce more than 60 kilograms of premium beef. That was 30 years ago. You were not very old at that time. Looking at the Japanese Nyo on the stage that had been dissected, Zhang Dihai, who was sitting in the audience, said with a sigh. His son, who was beside him, heard his words and looked at him. Seeing the trace of loneliness on his father's face, he knew that he was thinking of his mother again. At this time, he did not need to say anything. He just needed to let his father know that he was still by his side. So the man did not say anything. Instead, he patted his father. I'm fine. By the way, didn't little Zhang's Nyo also enter the finals? None of them came out. It seems that the last two Japanese Nyo are his. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse for him to follow this Japanese Nyo. Waving his hand, Zhang Dihai said softly with a smile. Then, he changed the topic and said with a little surprise. Indeed, in a competition like this, the first place would definitely be the least popular, while the second place would be more popular. But to follow such a good Japanese nyo, no one knew whether it was a blessing or a curse for Jiang Hai's nyo. If Jiang Hai's nyo was better than this Japanese nyo, then needless to say, the champion would naturally be Jiang Hai. But if Jiang Hai's nyo was not as good as this Japanese nyo, then it would be troublesome. So even Zhang Dihai was a little worried for Jiang Hai. At this moment, the judges' scores were out. It was 9.7 points. If it wasn't for the fact that these people were Japanese, the scores would have been 9.8 or even 9.9 points. Actually, the Americans were also very xenophobic. Looks like you are going to lose 10 million. When the score came out, the people backstage were naturally happy and sad. Rosalind Carlyle, who was originally a little worried, felt a lot more relaxed at this time. 9.7. Although his nyo lost, when he thought that he could step on Jiang Hai and make 10 million, the depression in his heart lessened. My nyo hasn't appeared yet. Why are you in such a hurry? But I advise you to prepare 10 million first. You only have 1 hour. Glancing at Rosalind Carlyle, Jiang Hai raised a finger and said faintly. Then, he led his men to take his first nyo to the exhibition stage. As soon as he arrived at the exhibition stage, he saw the old man who said that he would go to his manor yesterday suddenly stand up. It was obvious that he was very interested in his nyo. Jiang Hai also smiled at the people under the stage, then motioned to the butcher next to him to start cutting the nyo. With Jiang Hai's instructions, the butcher instantly tore the cloth on Jiang Hai's nyo. Chapter 245. Ha! The instant the cloth was lifted, a headless, skinless, and tailed cow appeared before everyone's eyes. The picture of the perfect distribution of muscles and fats in the beef also appeared before everyone's eyes. For others, even if it was a poor marble pattern, it was still a marble pattern after all. Marble patterns represented the existence of a special grade, and such meat was usually wrapped in other muscles and the like. But for Jiang Hai's cow, the moment the cloth was lifted, the beef's back, chest, hooves and so on could be clearly seen. Marbled beef was clearly visible. Judging from the distribution of the beef, the whole cow was in the most symmetrical state. The size of the beef was not inferior to that of the Belgian blue cow, but the quality and fat distribution of the beef were far superior. Jiang Hai's cow looked like it was made of marbled beef. It did not look like a whole cow. Seeing this scene, the audience and the judges were in an uproar. That's impossible. The inside of the beef must be fake. Rosalind Carlyle, who was backstage, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Just his appearance alone was enough to kill everyone in seconds. Please cut it open. Jiang Hai, who was standing on the stage, heard Rosalind Carlyle's words, but he just chuckled. This guy was looking down on him. Was this kind of beef hard to come by? Jiang Hai was being irresponsible, but he had plenty of it. Hearing Jiang Hai's voice, the chef, who had been in a daze, came back to his senses. He smiled at Jiang Hai and watched seriously. Cutting a cow was a kung fu job. Otherwise, the ancient people of Huaxia would not have created an idiom for cutting a cow. Although the idiom had some mythical meaning, it also showed that it was not easy to understand a cow. The chef, who had been cutting cows for decades, had been specially invited by this exhibition. But at this time, facing Jiang Hai's cow, he couldn't bring himself to cut it. Because in his view, the whole cow was like a large piece of marbled beef. If he cut it, it would be a blasphemy to the beef. However, he could not go on like this. After hesitating for a while, he picked up the knife and cut the cow's back first. With this slash, not only was the neck bone of the cow exposed, the snow-white beef was also exposed from both sides. This beef is at least of the best quality. You know, this is the worst kind of beef. Seeing this scene, the judges were also in an uproar. A middle-aged man, who looked about 50 years old, could not help but shout. "It's not just the best quality. I think it's even better than the best quality." Hearing his voice, a woman beside him also said in surprise, "If the cow's neck was of this quality, then what about the rest?" After the cow's neck was cut open, it was the cow's shoulder. If the meat on the side of the cow's neck was only the best quality beef, then the cow's shoulder could be said to be the best quality beef. The veins and lines on the beef were clearly visible. When people saw it, they felt their saliva secreting at an accelerated rate. Soon, the knife was cut from the shoulder to the back. This was the most tender part of the beef, the top of the head. The moment the knife cut through the top of the head, almost the whole piece of beef emitted a dazzling light. When the beef was cut open, the marbled beef with a perfect flour-like arrangement of fat instantly entered the sight of these people. "No, this is impossible. 5A Premium Snow Frost Beef. Oh my God, it's so big. Oh my God, this is impossible." Seeing the distribution of the beef, the people from Suzuki, who had thought that they had won, could not help but shout loudly. As for Rosalind Cartwright of Cartwright, he was already numb after the first cut. He could not imagine how Jiang Hai had raised his cow. This was not scientific. This was impossible. But no matter how much he denied it in his heart, Jiang Hai's cow was still being cut on the stand. As the top of the head was cut open, the essence of the best beef was also displayed. After the top of the head, it was the eye meat. The eye meat was completely different from the top of the head. After the eye, it was the outer rib. Even if it was only 1/3 of the outer rib, it was still the best beef. Only the last 2/3 of the beef had degraded a little, but it could still be regarded as the best quality beef. Looking at such a big piece of beef, Zhang Dihai, Pra Walton, and the other buyers below the stage did not dare to blink. Their hands were trembling as they stared at the beef. This was because they knew that this represented money, wealth, and everything. When it was about 1/3 of the outer rib, it fell from the best quality level to the best quality level. The master on the stand had long been shocked speechless by this piece of beef. Fortunately, the Americans were open-minded enough. After taking a few deep breaths, the master continued to cut the beef. With every cut, there would be a burst of exclamation from the crowd. Jiang Hai's beef cow had a total of 760 kilograms. Although it was larger than the average Angus bull, it could only be considered as a relatively large cow. The amount of meat it produced was also within the normal range. It produced 501 kilograms of beef, which was less than 66% of the total meat yield. However, the quality of the 501 kilograms of beef was indeed somewhat terrifying. With the help of the master and the staff, they lifted a big piece of beef and placed it on the first scale. Best quality beef, 108 kilograms. When the staff reported this number, the audience was instantly in an uproar. Jiang Hai touched his nose gently and smiled. American beef is not as finely divided as Japanese beef. Japanese beef is divided into 5 grades, 5A, and 5 grades. 3A beef was actually similar to the best quality beef in the United States. 4A beef was the best quality beef in the United States. The best 5A beef was the core of Jiang Hai's beef. It was the best 5A beef, the frost snowflake beef. But now, 5A and 4A beef were counted together. 108 kilograms, which was more than 20% of the best quality meat yield. In an instant, everyone was shocked speechless. Most people looked at Jiang Hai with fire in their eyes. As for Pra Walton and Zhang Dihai, they chuckled. They were excited by their eyesight. They could have some relationship with Jiang Hai before Jiang Hai's beef became famous. This was a good thing for them. Best quality beef, 302 kilograms. Best quality beef, 24 kilograms. Best quality beef, 24 kilograms. Best quality beef, 0 kilograms. When the staff reported Jiang Hai's beef, the audience was in an even bigger uproar. According to the average price of 1 kilogram of premium beef, 5 kilograms of specially selected beef was $250, and 1 kilogram of preferred beef was $100. Jiang Hai's premium beef was worth $75,600, specially selected beef was worth $75,500, and specially selected beef was worth $7,600. Just based on this alone, the standard beef was worth $158,700, and the preferred beef was worth $158,700. One beef could be sold for $160,000. At this moment, in the eyes of these people, Jiang Hai's beef was almost drowned in green dollar bills. This kind of beef did not seem to exist in this world. That's incredible. Looking at the prices of the beef on the stage, even Zhang Dihai, who knew that Jiang Hai wasn't ordinary from the beginning, was a little dazed. He couldn't help but clap as he spoke with a serious expression. He had thought that Jiang Hai's beef would be good, but he really didn't expect it to be this good. It was so good that it was a little scary. Could such a number really be reflected by a single cow? He knew that Jiang Hai had 20,000 cows. Each cow cost $150,000, so 20,000 cows would be $3 billion. Even if the Hai estate tax and national tax were deducted, 35% of the national tax and 5% of the state tax were deducted, that was 40%. If Jiang Hai paid the full amount of taxes, he could still earn $1.8 billion. Not to mention that he was the owner of a manor, and the state would reduce the taxes to a certain extent. Jiang Hai could earn at least $2 billion. Thinking of this, Zhang Dihai felt that his throat was a little dry. It must be noted that Jiang Hai had only been in this world for half a year at most. To earn $2 billion in half a year, he felt that either the world or he had gone crazy. The only person who couldn't possibly go crazy was Jiang Hai. As for the judges, they didn't know what to do. They had never seen such a beef cow before. It was really dozens of streets ahead of other beef cows. 10 points was a perfect score because other people could only get 10 points, but for Jiang Hai, it was only 10 points. If there was more than 10 points, they wouldn't hesitate to give it more than 10 points. That was the gap between them. Impossible, impossible, this guy must have cheated. How is this possible? How can there be such a beef cow? I don't believe it. Just as the judges were thinking about how many points they should give Jiang Hai, Lu Qing had already gone crazy. Rosalind Carlyle, who was backstage, had already gone crazy. Bribery was rare in the United States, and in order to ensure the fairness of the convention, it was impossible for this beef show to have blatant shady dealings. If the quality of the beef was similar, there might be some favoritism. However, Jiang Hai's beef was clearly dozens of streets ahead of the others. There was no dispute about this championship. It was precisely because of this dispute that Lu Qing couldn't believe. Therefore, without saying a word, he ran to the front stage while shouting. When he saw that the 10th cow was about to move forward, he directly rushed over. Chapter 246. The security guards were stunned when they saw Rosalind rushing over. They had never thought that Rosalind would attack someone else's work at this time. Their reaction was a little slow, but Belle, who was next to Jiang Hai, reacted immediately. Rosalind Carlyle was just an ordinary person. Not to mention Jiang Hai, Belle alone was enough to put him on the stage first. But Jiang Hai waved his hand and stopped him. He looked at this guy with a playful expression. He probably understood what this guy was thinking. He wanted to cut open the second cow so that everyone could see what kind of special method Jiang Hai used to raise the cow like this. It was raised in such a way that did not conform to the rules of science. Jiang Hai let him do it because he was confident that his cows were good. Although these 15 cows were given special treatment, they were still slightly better than the 20,000 cows. However, the 20,000 cows were also good. True gold fears no fire. Jiang Hai was not afraid that the country would swallow up his manor. If he was willing to let him do it, then Jiang Hai would not care about it. Sure enough, Rosalind Carlyle ran in front of Jiang Hai's second cow in a few steps. He pushed away the staff who were carrying the cow and tore off the cloth covering the cow. With this tug, not only was he dumbfounded, even the people below the stage were dumbfounded. The cow's body was the same as the cow from before. It was covered in marbled beef. Just by looking at the quality, the two cows were almost the same. Such a thing had already exceeded the people's imagination. What the hell was going on? This is impossible, this is impossible. Looking at the bull in front of him, Rosalind Carlyle couldn't help but take a step back. His face was full of disbelief. Although losing to Suzuki was shameful, he could still accept it. But losing to Jiang Hai, and losing so miserably, he couldn't accept it. At this time, the security personnel came up again and put him aside. He must have used some method. Otherwise, the beef would not be like this. Let me go. I want to expose this guy. He must have fed the cows something illegal. While being pulled down, Rosalind Carlyle couldn't care less and yelled at Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai chuckled and beckoned to Belle casually. Belle took out the tactical dagger he always carried with him. In the United States, gun control was very strict, but some people were allowed to carry guns on the streets. However, cold weapons like knives and crossbows were absolutely not allowed on the streets. Of course, there were exceptions to everything. For example, Belle, a retired soldier from the Delta State, could carry these weapons. After taking the tactical dagger from Belle, Jiang Hai walked to the pile of superior-grade beef. He gently cut off a piece and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Jiang Hai was not willing to eat raw beef, but at this time, this was undoubtedly the most confident way to do it. My cows don't even eat fodder. My cows only eat the grass in my manor in spring, summer and autumn. In winter, they only eat the hay in my manor. Besides that, I don't even eat corn or soybeans. My cows could be said to be in perfect condition. I even dare to eat them raw. If you have any doubt, you can send them to the most authoritative testing agency for testing. If you find anything illegal on my beef cows, you can sue me at any time. Looking at the crowd below, Jiang Hai said lightly. Rosalind was even more furious when he heard Jiang Hai's words. You're talking nonsense, you liar, you bastard. Looking at Jiang Hai's confident expression, Rosalind roared loudly. The reason why he was like this was because he knew that he was finished this time. Losing 10 million was a small matter. Losing to the Japanese was also a small matter. However, to be slapped in the face by the owner of a manor in his own territory was not a small matter. Perhaps the families overseas did not care as much about their reputation as the families in China. But no matter what, they still cared about face. After such a thing happened, it would be strange if they felt comfortable in their hearts. And if those old men were uncomfortable, it meant that his career was over. In the future, not to mention his current position as the general manager, just the position of the first successor in the future was estimated to be empty words. But at this time, no one would think about his words anymore. Because Jiang Hai's actions proved that he was not afraid of eating the beef. This was the magnanimity of a manor owner. Secondly, everyone remembered. Before these beef cattle were slaughtered, they had to be tested to make sure that there was no disease or something like that. Since the beef cattle could be on the stage, it meant that these beef cattle had been tested and there was no problem. Although everyone was very curious about how Jiang Hai raised his beef cattle, they guessed that he did not feed them anything bad. Rosalind Carlyle was dragged away by the security guards, and the judges gave the final score. The 6 judges had nothing to say. They all gave a full score of 10. As the score was given, the audience applauded thunderously. Indeed, with this kind of strength, getting 10 points was absolutely well-deserved. Young man, congratulations. When the 6 judges raised their hands, the host next to them opened his mouth and did not know what to say. This New York beef cattle exhibition had been held more than 10 times, but this was the first time that someone had scored 10 points. It was estimated that it would be difficult for someone to break this score in the future. Because 10 points was the upper limit, there was no need to calculate it. It was directly a full score of 10 points. Therefore, he took the microphone and went to Jiang Hai, saying to him with a smile, "Thank you." Hearing the other party's words, Jiang Hai also smiled and shook his hand. Although this result was not beyond his expectations, to be able to get 10 points, for him, it was still a very good thing. "You are too polite. I really didn't expect that your cattle not only looked good, but the quality of the beef was even better. Anyway, the title of Beef King is definitely yours." The host patted Jiang Hai's shoulder. He had seen a lot of cattle over the years, but this was the first time that he was so willing to call someone the Beef King. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai also smiled. For him, this was indeed a good thing to be happy about. The next thing was very simple. After this cow was carried away, the next one came on the stage. The quality of this cow was almost exactly the same as the previous one, but in order to distinguish the first and second place, someone gave it 9 points. But even so, this cow still won the second place. Next, all the beef company's representatives came forward, and the organizer gave out the awards. Although it was called an award ceremony, it was actually just a small amount of money. The first place winner, Beef King, was awarded $500,000, the second place winner was $100,000, the third place winner was $50,000, and the fourth to eighth place winners were each awarded $2,000, which was considered a consolation prize. Jiang Hai alone received $600,000, in addition to 2 medals. Unfortunately, they were not pure gold or silver, but plated. Presumably, the people in the United States would not be so generous as to actually use gold to make medals. But after getting this title, Jiang Hai's manner became popular. After everything was over, the New York Beef Show officially came to an end. But for Jiang Hai, after he went backstage, the busiest time had just arrived. With the title of King of Oxen, Jiang Hai's manner returned victorious. When Jiang Hai returned to the backstage with the 2 beef cows, the people from the major livestock companies, who were only interested in him, immediately surrounded him. "Hello, Mr. Jiang Hai, I'm from Truman Company. If you want to sell your beef cows, need a middleman, I think our company will be your best helper. Mr. Jiang Hai, I'm from Boveda Company. We will help you open up a market in the United States. As for the price, you don't have to worry at all. We will give you the best price, Mr. Jiang Hai. We are from Lucanus Company, Mr. Jiang Hai. We are from Aveda Company." Originally, because of the face of the Cartwright Company, the companies that had been a little cold to Jiang Hai were like cats that smelled blood at this time. They swarmed up and instantly surrounded Jiang Hai, constantly talking to him. Hearing their words, Jiang Hai didn't say a word. Maybe for them, this kind of thing was common. The weak were prey to the strong. When Jiang Hai hadn't shown his strength, it was normal for them to side with Cartwright Company and step on Jiang Hai. Now that Jiang Hai was rising, they naturally had to curry favor with Jiang Hai. This was the law of this country, the game of crocodiles. They didn't believe in the law or tears. The only thing they believed in was money. But unfortunately, Jiang Hai was a young man who grew up under the red flag. When he was young, his teacher told him that money wasn't everything. Although it was impossible to do without money, he was different from ordinary businessmen. He was a narrow-minded person. Since these guys treated him like that just now, it was impossible for him to bury the hatchet with these people now. So Jiang Hai didn't say a word. He pushed them away and went to his car. After getting in the car, Jiang Hai started the engine and left with the beef. They could deal with the beef on their own. It was up to them whether to eat or sell. According to Robin's idea, of course, they wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to sell the beef. However, Jiang Hai didn't care at this time. For him, the gain and loss of a beef cow didn't matter. This was because he had already opened up a bigger market. Just as he had expected, his beef had become a hit. Chapter 247. Listening to Zhang Dihai's voice on the phone, Jiang Hai smiled. Xiao Jiang, I got your wine. When will you come to get it? And your tea tree, you can come and pick it up, but you have to sell me some beef. Okay, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Hai said goodbye to Delina and Marian, who were studying. Then he left home and drove his shield to Boston. Today was the third day after the beef show ended. After the beef show ended, Jiang Hai was harassed all night. There was no other way. All the major livestock companies wanted to talk to Jiang Hai about the sales of his beef cattle. After all, in their eyes, it was money, real money. In addition to these livestock companies, there were many private companies, such as the Suzuki Company in Japan. They wanted to cooperate with Jiang Hai to see if they could import Jiang Hai's cattle. Of course, it was impossible. Later, Jiang Hai was so annoyed that he took the initiative to drive to the cattle shed. After staying there for a night, they checked out the next morning and rushed back to Boston. Naturally, the way was the same as when they came. They walked and stopped, but the mentality of Luo Binci and the others was completely different. When they came, they were very confident about their beef cattle, but it was a competition. Who could say for sure? Therefore, they needed to be 30% confident, 20% anxious, and 50% nervous. Fortunately, the result was not beyond their expectations, so they were a lot more relaxed on the way back. Luo Binci, who hardly spoke or smiled when they came, finally showed a smile on his face when they went back. After a long day's journey, they returned to the manor. Back at the manor, they naturally celebrated. This was a very good victory. It was foreseeable that as long as Jiang Hai nodded, these 20,000 cattle would be turned into countless dollars, drowning them. It showed that they were a little nervous before they sold these cattle. They were afraid that Jiang Hai's cattle couldn't be sold. After all, this manor cost a lot of money in Jiang Hai's hands. But now it seemed that not to mention 280 million, even 2.8 billion didn't matter, because Jiang Hai could earn it back. Of course, if it was really 2.8 billion, then Jiang Hai wouldn't buy it. This has nothing to do with his IQ, it's because he doesn't have that much money. Back home, naturally, they ate big pieces of meat and drank big mouthfuls of wine. They tossed around until 3:00 in the morning before everyone fell asleep. The next morning, when Jiang Hai got up, even with his physical fitness, he felt some pain all over his body. But fortunately, after running and sweating, the soreness disappeared, but he still felt a little weak. He had been lying at home for a whole day. Today, he finally recovered, but just as he recovered, he received a call from Elder Zhang. With the roar of an engine, Jiang Hai also arrived at Elder Zhang's store in Boston. However, at this time, old Zhang wasn't the only person in the store. There was also a little girl standing there, curiously looking at Jiang Hai. Seeing the little girl's gaze, Jiang Hai also smiled at her. However, this smile scared the little girl and she hid behind old Zhang, still looking at Jiang Hai with a charming expression. Jiang Hai had seen this girl before. She was the granddaughter that Elder Zhang brought to the beef cattle show that day. You are an adult, why are you scaring my granddaughter? You too, why are you so timid? You didn't inherit your grandfather at all, you are becoming more and more like your father. Let's go, get in the car. Seeing his granddaughter being scared by Jiang Hai, Elder Zhang couldn't help but glare at Jiang Hai. Elder Zhang's love for his granddaughter was 200%. Although Elder Zhang's face was a bit strict, Jiang Hai could see that the atmosphere of doting was more than anything else. Regarding this, Jiang Hai just smiled. Recently, his relationship with Delina and Marion was getting closer and closer. He also had this feeling of doting on them, which was difficult for people who had never been a father to understand. After opening the back door and the front passenger seat, Elder Zhang and the girl got in the car. Let's go. After fastening the seatbelt, old Zhang also told Jiang Hai an address. Then the three of them rushed to old Zhang's house. When they were in the car, because there was a little girl sitting behind them, the two just chatted casually. After the car arrived at the place, the little girl immediately opened the door and ran into the manor in front of them. Indeed, it was not an exaggeration to say that Elder Zhang's house was a manor. Of course, it couldn't be compared with Jiang Hai's manor, but it was still small. The whole manor was divided into 3 parts. The first part was a 3-story villa covering an area of about 300 square meters. The total area of the 3 stories was more than 900 square meters. Jiang Hai couldn't see whether there was a basement or not. With this villa as the dividing line, there was a garden in front, covering an area of about 1,000 square meters. Behind the villa, there were several independent places connected with the villa. Jiang Hai looked around and saw a swimming pool and a tennis court. In this way, Elder Zhang's house was really not small. At least it looked more like a home than Jiang Hai's house. Are you curious where this old man got so much money to live in such a luxurious place? Looking at Jiang Hai's slightly puzzled eyes, Elder Zhang smiled and said. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but touch his nose. He was a little curious. I remember that you and the girl from the Walton family seem to have some friendship. It seems that she didn't tell you clearly. Seeing Jiang Hai's appearance, Elder Zhang smiled and led Jiang Hai into the villa while introducing his own situation. My name is Zhang Dihai. My father once fought in the anti-Japanese war for 8 years in China. Later, he became an official and a general. However, after the Japanese were defeated, our country also changed dynasties. At that time, our family didn't follow Elder Jiang. Oh, I'm not talking about you. We didn't follow the leader to Taiwan province. Instead, we came to the United States. With the family business we earned in China, we set up the first Chinese supermarket in the United States. Later, it was proven that our family still had some business acumen. Jiang Hai walked while telling Elder Zhang's story. In fact, Elder Zhang's background was quite simple. When he was young, he came to the United States with his father. His father set up the first Chinese supermarket in San Francisco. Because he was a soldier in the past, coupled with a group of loyal subordinates following him, he dared to fight and fight. At that time, the Grey Society in the United States didn't dare to trouble them. They gradually developed and opened more than a dozen branches in San Francisco. At this time, his father passed the supermarket to him, and this brand became bigger and bigger in his hands. Then, he attacked other cities in California. When California was conquered, he began to attack the entire United States. Although it couldn't be compared with some retail giants, the C-Commerce Group had more than 300 Chinese supermarkets in the United States. Zhang Dihai was the current chairman of the C-Commerce Group. He had a total of 3 sons. The eldest son was the current president of the C-Commerce Group. He was mainly based in the headquarters, which was near California. The second son was a scholar, a professor at Harvard University. He was the middle-aged man that Jiang Hai saw before. His name was Zhang Liangkai. Because the old man had retired, he had nothing to do anyway. Instead of staying in California and not being able to see the shadow of his eldest son all day, it was better to retire with his second son. Elder Zhang didn't mention his third son, so Jiang Hai didn't ask in detail. When the two walked into the villa, Jiang Hai also had a general understanding of Elder Zhang's situation. He was the owner of a supermarket that owned more than 300 supermarkets, but it wasn't listed. It was completely his own brand's boss. It was hard to calculate his specific wealth. Jiang Hai already understood the reason why he wanted to buy beef. The things sold in Chinese supermarkets were originally more expensive than ordinary supermarkets in the United States. At this time, adding a high-quality beef counter was also something that attracted people's attention. However, if they sold beef that could be bought in ordinary supermarkets, then they would suffer a lot of losses. This was because the things they sold were originally expensive because the things they sold were not available in ordinary supermarkets. If they sold ordinary beef, then they couldn't sell it more expensive than in supermarkets. They could only sell those that had a price but no market. Jiang Hai's beef naturally met their requirements. Not to mention the special grade, even the special grade and the best grade beef was actually not very common in supermarkets. After all, this was not the price of beef that belonged to the general public. $50 a pound of beef was not something that ordinary people could enjoy in the United States. So Jiang Hai understood what Elder Jiang meant. Elder Jiang, just say it, how much do you want? After pondering for a while, Jiang Hai was now waiting for a good price, but he knew that although his beef was good, the premise was that it could be sold, and now he really needed some money to go back and forth. The feeling of having no money on him made him feel quite uncomfortable. How much do you have? Hearing Jiang Hai's straightforward words, old Zhang also smiled. In fact, his temperament was very similar to Jiang Hai's. He didn't like to beat around the bush. If there was something to say, it was better to say it directly. I have a lot. There are nearly 20,000 cattle in my manor, including 13,455 bulls, 5,231 cows, and 872 calves. All the bulls have reached the age of slaughter, and I can guarantee that each of them is not much worse than Robin's 1 and 2. Looking at Elder Zhang in front of him, Jiang Hai said seriously. This is really a big business. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Elder Zhang's eyes couldn't help but light up, and he whispered in a low voice. According to Jiang Hai, even if a cow is worth $150,000, 13,455 bulls is $2 billion. Chapter 248. Old Zhang was rich, very rich. Although his company was not listed, there were always some people in the US who liked to study these things. The people who did the best research established the Forbes list. But on the Forbes list, of those who had billions or tens of billions of assets were mainly referring to their real estate. It was the company's stocks and so on. People like old Zhang couldn't be listed on such a list. Because there was no way to calculate his money. His supermarkets were big and small, and his net profit was only a few $100 million a year. But if you want to calculate his property, the more than 300 stores were basically all bought. How would you calculate the money for the land? How would you calculate the value of the brand? So old Zhang was a rich man, a very rich man, but no one knew. But even so, if you asked him to take out $2 billion to buy all of Jianghai's beef cattle, he had to think about it. If he did, then he would have worked in the supermarket for almost 10 years for nothing. So he had to be careful. Jiang Hai didn't care about his hesitation, because he knew that Zhang Dihai was hesitating. Jiang Hai's beef was good. Almost everyone in the East knew about it after the New York beef show. There were many people eyeing Jiang Hai's fat meat. Naturally, some people had a bigger appetite, and some people had a smaller appetite. If possible, Zhang Dihai naturally hoped to buy all of Jiang Hai's beef cattle. In this way, in the next year, they could monopolize the market for Jiang Hai's beef cattle. If they really made money, as the first person to eat the crab, they could naturally make a lot of money. But at the same time, the profit was big, and the risk was also big. A $2 billion business couldn't be bought with just words. So after hesitating for a while, Zhang Dihai looked at Jiang Hai. There was a trace of determination in his eyes, but more than that, there was hesitation. I want to buy 2,000 head. Looking at Jiang Hai, Zhang Dihai said seriously. Okay, but not live. I only sell meat, not cattle. Hearing Zhang De's words, Jiang Hai nodded. 2,000 head. Even if it's $100,000 per cow, it's still $200 million, which is equivalent to Zhang Dihai's supermarket's annual income. For Zhang Dihai, it's risky, but it's acceptable. For Jiang Hai, it's also considered a return of a sum of money. At least he got back 2/3 of the money he spent on the manor. This was a good thing for him. Deal. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Zhang Dihai also understood that it was impossible for Jiang Hai's cattle to be sold alive. This was also Jiang Hai's secret. As for what happened after buying the beef, he didn't care. Their company also had a special plane. Besides, it would take some time to sign a contract for 2,000 head. As for the price of the beef, the two didn't talk much about it. They would talk about the quality of the beef when they slaughtered the cattle. After all, the quality of the meat on a cow was different, and the price was quite high. However, according to Jiang Hai's estimation, even if his cattle were not as good as the one in the competition that day, it would not be a problem to sell a cow for 100,000, so he was not worried. Looking at Jiang Hai's confident look, old Zhang was also very satisfied. Well, the business ends here. I will take you to see my tea tree and wine. Obviously, he had negotiated a big deal with Jiang Hai, which made Zhang Dihai very happy. He immediately led Jiang Hai downstairs and went straight to the 3rd floor. Maybe because of the education he received when he was a child, the roof of old Zhang's villa was not like the Hua Xia style, which had a herringbone shape. It was also not like the villas in Europe and the United States, which were built like castles. On the contrary, the roof of this villa was flat like an ordinary residential building. And this place became old Zhang's vegetable garden. To be exact, it should be his small manor. Because as soon as he walked in, Jiang Hai found that the vegetable garden on the roof, which covered an area of almost 5 acres, not only had vegetables, the tea tree that Jiang Hai liked, but also animals. From a distance, he saw some goats and many black chickens running around on the ground, eating some insects attracted by some grass seeds and vegetables. In addition, in the corner of the building in the distance, there were several big dogs lying on the ground. These big dogs were not fierce dogs, but very Hua Xia style, Chinese rural dogs, the so-called local dogs. But these local dogs obviously had good genes. They were not small dogs, but some of the meat dogs. They were very big. There were even 2 long dogs that were bigger than Jiang Hai's Xiao Bai. Feeling that someone was coming up, these dogs also raised their heads and glanced at Jiang Hai and old Jiang. Seeing that Jiang Hai followed old Jiang up, they did not care about them, but continued to lie there and rest. After glancing at these animals, Jiang Hai also looked at the plants in the distance. The 5 acres of land on the 3rd floor was neatly divided into 3 parts, the vegetable garden, the orchard, and the tea garden. The vegetables planted here were similar to Jiang Hai's, but there were many more varieties. After all, the people in the United States did not eat many kinds of vegetables. Compared to Huaxia, it was far worse. As a typical Huaxia person, the vegetables that old Jiang prepared were not small. Come. Let me show you the new things I got. Old Jiang was very satisfied with Jiang Hai's current expression. He pulled Jiang Hai to the vegetable garden first, pointed at a vine of beans in front of him, and began to talk to Jiang Hai. In fact, it's not right to say that it's a bean, because the real bean is actually called a bean in the north, which is cowpea. The bean that is usually called a bean is called a green bean in the south, and it's also called a bean in the north. This bean is the kidney bean in the green bean. This kind of bean has a high yield, and the price is not expensive. A long time ago, Jiang Hai's mother liked to make this kind of bean very much. Now that he thinks about it, it was a long time ago. Don't you know this kind of bean? Seeing that Jiang Hai glanced at it and did not speak, old Jiang could not help but ask in surprise. I don't know. Hearing old Jiang's words, Jiang Hai shook his head. He really didn't know. This is an oil bean. It's from the northeast. Hearing old Jiang's words, Jiang Hai also looked at it again. But it turns out that he really can't see the difference. After all, he didn't buy vegetables before. But in fact, oil beans were indeed very different from ordinary beans. This kind of bean was not as brittle as other beans. Instead, it was very bouncy and contained a very high amount of protein. In fact, the protein content could reach the level of meat, which was 20%. In addition, it also contains 18 kinds of amino acids, and it is also rich in dietary fiber, a variety of vitamins and minerals. It can be said that it is the best variety of mass-produced string beans. When it was expensive in the Northeast, it was even sold for 14 or 15 per caddy. It is not cheaper than meat. Many Northeasterners like to put some of this kind of bean in stew, and the taste is quite good. Now listening to old Jiang's words, Jiang Hai can't help but recall the taste of this bean, and he smacked his lips gently. Give me some seeds later, I will go back and plant them. Just finished a big deal, Jiang Hai wants some seeds. When old Jiang heard Jiang Hai's words, he couldn't help but snort. He knew that this kid was up to no good. In addition to vegetables, there is a fruit area in the distance, but he didn't plant apples, pears, apricots, peaches, and other trees here. These trees are relatively tall and heavy. It's not very good to plant them on the roof, so he basically planted berries. There are blueberries, which Jiang Hai is very familiar with, and blueberries, a local specialty of North America, which is actually a fruit that looks a little like blueberries, but it's not blueberries. There are also mulberries, which are actually mulberries, and some small tomatoes, which are the so-called cherry tomatoes. But what surprised Jiang Hai the most is that there is kiwi here. Kiwi is a plant that originated in Huaxia. Later, in the previous dynasty, it was transplanted by the British to the United Kingdom and the United States. However, the British and the United States treat kiwi almost like cotton in the Tang dynasty. They think that it is an ornamental plant and has no other use until a New Zealand teacher transplanted this thing to New Zealand. Westerners know that this thing is used for eating, but the deep-rooted idea makes few people plant kiwi in the United States. So this thing is very rare in the supermarket usually, but he didn't expect to see it here. I want this thing too. Pointing to the kiwi, Jiang Hai turned to old Zhang and said with a smile. Okay, I will give you two, don't look at it anymore, if you look at it again, you will take away all my things. Go look at the tea leaves. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, old Zhang's beard was about to stand up. It's not easy for him to get these things. If Jiang Hai continues to ask for them, then his place will really become Jiang Hai's. Sometimes, this old man is quite stingy. Pushing Jiang Hai to the tea garden with the smallest area, which is also Jiang Hai's purpose today. As soon as he entered the tea garden, Jiang Hai saw a lot of tea trees. However, the appearance of these tea trees was somewhat different. They were in groups of 3 to 5 and were planted in different positions. They looked very lush and looked very beautiful. Looking at the tea trees in front of him, Jiang Hai's eyes also lit up. He quickly walked to the middle of these tea trees, slowly squatted down, and carefully looked at these tea trees in front of him. Although he wanted to understand it, it turned out that he really didn't understand it. The tea leaves that had been made were naturally different from the tea leaves that were still growing on these trees. At least, Jiang Hai couldn't see it. Let me introduce it to you. Seeing Jiang Hai looking left and right, old Zhang couldn't sit still. He didn't want to show off his knowledge, but because he was really afraid that Jiang Hai would damage his trees. Chapter 249. In fact, speaking of tea, in Huaxia, people in the north did not drink much tea. The culture of tea originated from Shu. During the Han Dynasty, only people from Shu knew how to drink tea. In the later Han Three Kingdoms, there was no such thing as tea in circulation. It was not until the Jin Dynasty, when the aristocratic families dominated the country's resources, the trend of extravagance and enjoyment spread all over the country. It was also at that time that tea developed. However, the earliest type of tea was boiled tea, which was often seen in some transmigration novels. One had to add goat's milk, salt, and the like to boil the tea and drink it. Drinking it this way was to replenish one's needs for salt, iron, and other elements. It was only during the Song dynasty that people started to cook tea and brew tea like they did in modern times. It was only from the Song dynasty that modern tea was completely passed down. The tea itself was divided into green tea and black tea. Green tea cleared the stomach and brightened the mind. Black tea warmed the stomach and removed the cold. With the opening of the Silk Road on the sea, black tea was also spread to Europe. The British considered black tea to be the most gentlemanly accessory. It was at that time that it was passed down. However, Jiang Hai did not like black tea because he did not like to drink bitter things. Some of Zhang Di's tea was black tea, but there were also some green tea. These tea trees were almost 100 years old. As for the younger ones, they had been here for more than 10 or 20 years. After all, it was easy to bring tea leaves overseas, but if you wanted to bring tea trees, you could just dream about it. These things were all brought over by him a long time ago. This is the West Lake Longjing that you drank. I also got this from West Lake. This is Biluakun, produced in Mount Dongting of Taihu Lake in Su Province, not Dongting Lake. This tea tastes good. This is Huangshan Maofeng, produced in Taiping County of Anhui Province. This is Junshan Silver Needle, produced in Dongting Lake of Xiang Province. This is Liuan Melon Slice, produced in Anhui Province, while leading Jiang Hai, Elder Zhang introduced his tea leaves. To him, these were his treasures. And in Jiang Hai's eyes, these were all treasures. After following Elder Zhang around, Jiang Hai had almost finished looking at all the tea trees. There were a total of 15 types of tea trees and more than 200 trees. There weren't too many of each type, so it was clear that Elder Zhang wasn't lying. He didn't have a lot of tea leaves either. Then I'll pluck some branches and plant them back. Jiang Hai had spiritual energy, so he wasn't worried about it. After listening to old Zhang's introduction, Jiang Hai also made up his mind. He didn't know much about tea, but he knew that he used to drink tea buds. He didn't like tea leaves that had been roasted until they were completely dry, and he disliked fermented tea even more. Therefore, in the end, he chose to get some Westlake Longjing tea, some Huangshan Maofeng tea, and some Amei bamboo leaf green tea. He was not interested in black tea, even if it was the legendary national tea, De Hong Pao. Thinking of this, he directly stretched his hand towards the tea tree in front of him, preparing to pull a section back to raise it. However, before he could reach out his hand, Elder Zhang slapped it back. You can just break it with your hands, do you understand? Forget it, you probably don't understand anyway. Just stay by the side. Elder Zhang glared at Jiang Hai, took a deep breath, took a small knife from the side, and slowly walked over. Everyone knew that it was troublesome to be particular about tea, but in fact, picking tea leaves was also very troublesome. Not to mention the technique and experience of picking tea leaves, just the time to pick tea leaves was very particular. Take Longjing tea as an example. The best Longjing tea was Priming Longjing tea, followed by Yuqin tea, and then ordinary Longjing tea. Temperature had a great impact on Longjing tea. In the spring tea season, the higher the temperature, the worse the quality of the tea leaves. The lower the temperature, the better the quality, but it was difficult for the tea leaves to grow. This was a dead link. Otherwise, it would be hard to tell whether it was good or bad. According to the climate and solar terms, the tea leaves that could be picked before Qingming festival were called Priming tea. Such tea leaves could be picked with dozens of sprouts, so the price was also ridiculously expensive. After Qingming festival, the tea before Guyu was called Yuqin tea. The quality of this tea was a little worse than the tea before Qingming festival, but it was also much better than ordinary tea. The vegetables picked after Guyu were called spring tea, or new tea, and the taste was average. Of course, this tea was now in the United States. To be exact, Qingming festival was over, and Guyu was also over. The tea leaves now were not so valuable and tasted so good, but Elder Zhang still played with these things very preciously. In the end, under the command of Jiang Hai, a total of 13 branches were given to Jiang Hai. 6 of them were Longjing tea. He also liked to drink this tea. He got it from his father. His father got a lot of Longjing tea trees from China, but most of them died in the first year after transplanting. After so many generations, the remaining tea trees were only left here, except for some in California. But after all, there were still some in stock, so the quantity was relatively large. He gave more to Jiang Hai. Huang Shan Maofeng gave 3 branches, and Amei Zweiking gave 4 branches. Now he was not willing to give more. When they were talking about the beef business just now, he did not look so distressed. It could be seen that these things were really his favorite. After getting the branches, Elder Zhang immediately left with Jiang Hai. Of course, before leaving, Jiang Hai also took a bag of oil bean seeds and some kiwi branches to go back and plant. Although he did not care too much about these 2 things, he did not want to waste them. With a very sad expression, Elder Zhang took Jiang Hai to a room on the 3rd floor. As soon as he opened the door of the room, Jiang Hai smelled a strong smell of alcohol. When he looked up, he found that in front of him at this time, there were many large plastic barrels. Needless to say, they must be filled with wine. Needless to say, these should be the grain wine that Elder Zhang got for him. Boy, you know that these wines are not easy to get. Real grain wine is not easy to get in China, let alone abroad. I got these from an old friend of mine. 3 days after I told you, they were just shipped from San Francisco. Take it as you see fit. 2 barrels for 1. Looking at the wine in front of him, Elder Zhang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. These are all pure grain wine. They are all 70 degrees. The taste may not be as good as those packaged wines, but if they are used to make wine. Thinking of this, he could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, and his eyes lit up. No problem. Looking at the wine in front of him, Jiang Hai was also happy. Today is really a bumper harvest. He has a total of 17 deer whips. He is going to make 4 jars of wine, put 2 in each, and have 9 left. Today, he brought 5 whips so he can take 5 barrels of wine back. Thinking of this, he walked into the room. Elder Zhang is still very particular. The wine barrels in the room are not ordinary small wine barrels, but barrels that can hold 50 pounds. 1 barrel can make a jar of wine. He will take 10 barrels back and take his time. If it doesn't work, it is not bad to make another barrel. The glass jars used to make wine are directly custom-made, so there is no problem. On the top of each barrel of wine, there is a piece of tape, which is written in Chinese what the wine is made of. Basically, there are all kinds of wine: sorghum, corn, rice, glutinous rice, barley, wheat, millet, highland barley. There are all kinds of wine here, but Jiang Hai is not stupid. Whether it is rice or glutinous rice, it is rice wine, and this wine cannot be made. As for the highland barley, it is produced in the western region. Jiang Hai has never drunk it, but he does not know if it can be made, so he does not take it. In the end, he chose sorghum, corn, and barley. 4 barrels of sorghum, and 3 barrels of the other 3. A total of 10 barrels of wine. With the help of the servants in Elder Zhang's house, these 10 barrels of wine are put into his car. Fortunately, Jiang Hai liked to drive this kind of big car. If he really drove a car, even if it was his Rolls-Royce, it probably wouldn't be able to fit in. After the 10 barrels of wine were ready, Jiang Hai also brought the tea leaves, branches, and the like. At the same time, he took a package from the car, opened it first, and put it in Elder Zhang's hand. After seeing Elder Zhang take the package, Jiang Hai said with a smile, "Elder Zhang, take care. Ahem, at my age, it is normal to drink this. But do you want to drink it at such a young age? But is Elder Zhang so easy to deal with?" Hearing Jiang Hai's words, he raised his eyebrows and said to Jiang Hai, "I'm curious, can I be curious?" Hearing his words, Jiang Hai can't help but be a little embarrassed. He is really an old man who is unwilling to suffer losses. But anyway, Jiang Hai got what he wanted, and he was very happy. After saying goodbye to Elder Zhang, Jiang Hai climbed into the car, started the engine, and quickly ran home. After returning home, he asked Luo Binsi to come over and help. He put the 10 barrels of wine into a separate room. Luo Binsi and the others were curious about what this was, but when Jiang Hai opened the lid of the sprinkler, they were not curious anymore, although Luo Binsi and the others also like wine. But they like the kind of wine that smells good and tastes good. They are not used to drinking wine like huaxia. In the end, they could only retreat. After putting the wine away, Jiang Hai deliberately opened up a piece of land behind his house. He also used a shelf to build a rainproof and snowproof protective shield. Then, he inserted the tea leaves and other plants that he got from old Zhang into the shield. This time, Jiang Hai could be said to have spent a lot of money. He was afraid that these tea trees would not grow, so he deliberately injected a scales aura into each of the tea leaves. Compared to the tea leaves, the kiwis and beans were much more different. After Jiang Hai injected a total of 2 scales of aura, he handed them to Philemon and asked his wife to plant them. Chapter 250. Jiang, Moses Adams is here. Delina Iveline stood at the door and said to Jiang Hai with a Hunan accent. At this time, Jiang Hai was busy in a room. This room was a guest room that he had specially vacated. At this time, the bed in the original guest room had been removed by him. What represented the bed were 10 huge glass jars, each of which contained 100 caddies of white wine. As soon as he walked in, the strong smell of white wine rushed straight to his nose. If a person who liked to drink white wine was here, he would probably be very happy. But if he didn't like to drink white wine, he would have no interest in these things. For example, Dusler Gerard, who was the main person in charge of Jiang Hai's wine estate. In his opinion, men were so romantic. Naturally, they would drink red wine. If they didn't drink red wine, they could drink white wine, or at least foreign wine. He really couldn't accept Jiang Hai's white wine. When Jiang Hai Gang brought the wine back, he came over to take a look at it several times. Every time, he looked like he wanted to say something but stopped himself. He looked very helpless. However, Jiang Hai didn't care about that. He didn't have a specific preference, just like how he didn't like drinking tea before. Now, he liked drinking very much. He didn't drink white wine before, but it didn't mean that he wouldn't drink it in the future. In the afternoon after getting the wine from Zhang Dihai, Jiang Hai took back the glass jars he ordered. Then he began to study how to make things in them. Jiang Hai made a total of 5 jars of wine. 5 jars were more or less the same. Jiang Hai put a lot of wolfberries, 2 deer penises, and 2 wild ginseng that were more than 10 years old. In addition to that, he also put some dates inside, because he didn't have anything else to do. Although he looked up a lot of formulas on the internet, there was a problem. There were very few Chinese medicine shops in the United States. If there were, they would be some small unlicensed clinics because Chinese medicine had never been recognized in the United States. This was because it was very difficult for Westerners to understand why some tree roots could cure diseases. If there were elements that humans needed in them, then there was no need to boil them in water. Instead, they could use scientific evidence to extract these elements and make them into medicine. For a Westerner who paid attention to data and science, Chinese medicine was very difficult to understand. Even a few years ago, there were some old people with Hua Xia who had just arrived in the United States. Because they didn't have medical insurance, the price of medical treatment in the United States was almost sky high. Treating a cold in the United States would cost thousands of dollars, and the prescription was not for cold medicine, but for vitamins and the like. For those old people who had been careful and calculative all their lives, they couldn't bear to pay for it. Therefore, many elderly people would brew Chinese medicine at home to drink. However, when the Chinese medicine was ready, it was almost time for the nearby police or even the FBI to come to the door. This was because many neighbors would think that the family was making drugs or something like that. Therefore, there was really no market for Chinese medicine in this place. With the development of Chinese medicine over the years, although more than 70% of the people in the United States still couldn't accept Chinese medicine, some Chinese medicine clinics could be opened in some Western areas. However, this didn't mean that it could be done in Massachusetts. Therefore, although Jiang Hai had some prescriptions, he couldn't get good Chinese medicine. He was also a little worried about buying it online. So he was like now, soaking it in Chinese medicine. However, soaking Chinese medicine, ginseng, deer penis, and jujubes together should be fine. Recently, he had been studying these things. Unknowingly, he had been studying these things for 2 days. As for Delina and Marian, since they were Jiang Hai's children and could speak now, Jiang Hai naturally had to teach them Hua Xia language. Now that they could learn both Hua Xia and English, it was much easier to learn how to speak first and then learn how to write. So now they could occasionally talk to Jiang Hai in Chinese at home, but once there were outsiders, they still remained silent. This was because they still maintained a state of vigilance against outsiders, and also because Jiang Hai wanted them to be like this. Because now Jiang Hai hasn't figured out how to explain to the outside world about these girls suddenly being able to speak. Including Aphrodite and the others, except for classes at Jiang Hai's place, and when they returned to their homes, they hardly spoke. Moses Adams. Tell him to come in. Hearing Delina's words, Jiang Hai stopped what he was doing and said to her. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Delina also whistled. After the whistle sounded, Jiang Hai heard a dog barking. Needless to say, the one who stopped Moses Adams was Xiao Bai, and only it was the most loyal dog of these two girls. Hey, boss, what are you doing? Do you want to make a specimen? As the big dog stepped aside, Moses Adams also walked up quickly with his slightly Boston accent. It seems that he should have brought good news, so he was very excited, but when he saw what Jiang Hai was fiddling with, he was a little stunned. You don't understand, this is soaked wine. It's very famous in Huaxia. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai shook his head and said to him. Ah, soaked wine, I know this. I recently watched some movies and TV series about Huaxia. I have to admit that there are a lot of things in Huaxia that are difficult for us to understand. When he heard Jiang Hai mention brewing wine, although Moses Adams had a look of politeness on his face, he still said calmly. He had to admit that this lawyer was quite capable. Oh. You also watch Huaxia movies. What have you seen? Rush Hour. Or Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but smile. For these foreigners, the so-called Huaxia movies and TV series are nothing more than the earliest Xiangjiang movies, Bruce Lee's generation, followed by Qinglong and Li Lianjie's generation of kung fu stars. However, even when Qinglong and Li Lianjie were at their most successful, they could only be regarded as second-rate stars in the United States, especially Li Lianjie, whose box office has not been very good, and it is not an exaggeration to say that she is third-rate. In a sense, there is no way for these people to represent the mainstream culture of Huaxia. Oh, Jiang, you underestimate me too much. I did watch Rush Hour and Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon before, but recently I have been watching Zhenhuan. I have to admit that the women in Huaxia are too good. If the women in the United States had such IQ, maybe our president would have become a woman long ago. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Moses Adams couldn't help but say. There will be such a day, ah. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai also laughed. Come on, I don't want such a day to come. I also watched a movie recently. It's a movie from more than 10 years ago. It's called Qi Sha. Have you seen it? It seems that this thing is also a tradition of Huaxia. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Moses Adams seemed to be interested in the traditional treatment methods of Huaxia and asked excitedly. Oh, that movie, there are some artistic embellishments, but we do have it there. In fact, in the eyes of the people in the United States, Qi Sha, acupoint massage, cupping, acupuncture, and decoction, which are very common in Huaxia, are very magical and very strange things. Even at the beginning, these people always thought that it was some kind of strange witchcraft. The Qi Sha movie also talked about such a thing. It was about a Chinese person who went to live in the United States. In the United States, the conflicts between people were constantly intensifying. His son and his superior's son were fighting, and the other party's son was crying. He went up and slapped his son because he was giving face to his superior. Although this was not particularly common in China, it was definitely not rare. However, in the eyes of the Westerners, this was abuse. Everyone was equal. The matter between his son and his superior's son was a child's matter. What did it have to do with the adults? Why did they have to get involved? And because his son was sick, his son's grandfather helped him with cheese shaw once. This also became evidence of abuse. Even in China, because of these small things that often happened when Jiang Hai was young, the court actually directly deprived his father of his guardianship. This was also the cultural difference between the East and the West. However, that was more than 10 years ago. With the changes over the years, more and more Westerners knew about the situation of Hua Xia. This was not something that could be explained just by the government and some people who wanted to smear it. But to be honest, they still couldn't understand these things. There is indeed. When I have time in the future, I will take you to experience it. It is very comfortable. Looking at the person in front of him, Jiang Hai smiled, then continued to do his things. Forget about me, but Jiang, I think there seems to be something missing in your wine. I remember that in the things I saw on TV, in addition to the wine you soaked, there were also snakes, lizards, and so on. As soon as he heard Jiang Hai's words, Moses Adams immediately shook his head. He didn't want to try it. It seemed to be very painful, so he changed the topic. Yes, there are still a lot of things missing. Snakes, preferably poisonous snakes, deer antlers, and geckos, which are the lizards you said, are actually geckos, but these things are not easy to find. Hearing Moses Adams' words, Jiang Hai shook his head and said, I know deer antlers, they are the antlers of fawns. This is easy to get. Boss, haven't you been to the Alabama mountains? There are snakes there. As for snakes, there are also snakes in the mountains, but I don't know what kind you want. I seem to only know rattlesnakes. As for lizards, oh no, geckos, I don't know, but when it comes to lizards, there should be a lot of them in the mountains. Looking at Jiang Hai, Moses Adams said casually, Alabama is a mountain range, and there are naturally many things in it. Yes, you can go there and try it if you can't buy it. Well, okay, I will go there in a few days. By the way, why did you come to me? You talked so much nonsense, but you didn't get to the point. What is it? Chapter 251. Watch your feet. Don't step on snakes or whatever. I'm going back to make wine. And lizards, watch out. Jiang Hai was indeed a homebody, but he was really a homebody. When he had something to do, he was not very willing to stay at home. Ever since Moses Adams reported the bet between him and the Cartwright Company yesterday, Jiang Hai had become a homebody. After the security incident at the New York Beef Show, Jiang Hai took a group of people to the mountain to find what he wanted. Moses Adams was quite reliable. When Moses Adams came to the door to check the $10 million that Cartwright Company owed him, he gave it to him without hesitation. Of course, the expression on his face was very ugly. For such a company, reputation was actually more important than anything else. After all, they were doing the work of second-hand dealers. If a company owed money and didn't pay, or didn't fulfill their promise, then their reputation would be ruined. No other manor owner would sell the cow to them. At that time, they would lose more than $10 million. Therefore, even after paying the $10 million, they directly sent Paul K. to prison. At the same time, they also removed Rosalind Carlett from his position as the general manager. Of course, this was only on the surface. In fact, they also removed Rosalind Carlett from his position as the first heir of the family. It was not because he lost $10 million, but because there was something wrong with his vision. It was troublesome to talk about, but it seemed to be resolved very quickly. But since the paperwork had been signed, the $10 million had to be taxed. After it reached Jiang Hai, there were only $7.2 million left. Jiang Hai transferred $200,000 to Jiang Hai on the spot. It wasn't a small amount, but for Jiang Hai, it was nothing. In addition to the Cartwright Company's incident, the security company's matter was much simpler. This company couldn't afford to pay so much money. If they pushed a little harder, they could only give the company to Jiang Hai. But what use would Jiang Hai have for such a company? In the end, he said that the money the company owed him could be regarded as a shareholder. They didn't need to pay back the money. Jiang Hai owns 49% of the shares. He doesn't want the management rights. He just wants to use the company's security as soon as possible. He also wants to get a year-end bonus. Although this amount of money is just a drop in the bucket for Jiang Hai. But no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat, so Jiang Hai agreed. Moses Adams happily left Jiang Hai's villa. Jiang Hai kept thinking about what he said about snakes and other things. So that afternoon, he didn't play around at home. Instead, he went to town to apply for a hunting license. Although there were many guns in the United States, and there were many fish in the river, if you wanted to hunt with a gun and fish in the river, you needed a license. If you went into the mountains and fished without a license, you would be arrested. But after all, Jiang Hai was a local tycoon, and he had some connections with the police. So he just needed to report it, and it was done in less than half an hour. That night, he checked the weather forecast. After confirming that the weather was good, he called SH-20 Clive and asked her to go to the mountains with him tomorrow. Of course, Delina and Marion would go with him. But when SH-20 Clive arrived, Jiang Hai found that not only did she come, but her sister Karma Cliff also came. But it didn't matter. After Jiang Hai greeted her, he was ready to set off. This time, he only drove one car, the War Shield. Fortunately, the War Shield he bought was a real civilian armored car, and the interior was almost the same as real armor. It was not like other cars, where 2 people could sit in the front and 3 people could sit in the back. Instead, it could seat 2 people in the front and 2 rows of seats in the back. Turning around, it could seat 7 people, and turning around, it could seat more than a dozen people. This mainly depended on whether the driving license was enough. Counting Jiang Hai, SH-20 Clive, Karma Cliff, Delina, and Marion, there were only 5 people, which was enough. Of course, Jiang Hai went into the mountains by himself this time. Naturally, the people in his villa would not let him go like this. Belle was naturally still a bodyguard. Recently, Belle's identity had been gradually changing. It was indeed a waste to let a retired sniper from the Triangle State be a cowboy. Sometimes, Jiang Hai used him more as a bodyguard. But unlike ordinary bodyguards, he only went out with Jiang Hai when he went out to play. His identity was more like a friend than a bodyguard. Usually, in the villa, he still worked as a cowboy if he wanted to, and Jiang Hai still paid him as usual. But every time he came back from a trip, Jiang Hai would transfer him thousands to tens of thousands of dollars, and he accepted it with a clear conscience. After all, he did work hard. It was just that the relationship between the two was not explicitly stated, and it was not written in the contract. This time, not only did he bring Belle Luster, but Belle also decided to bring Xiao Bai, Goldie, Dai Teeth, and Chirps. As soon as these animals entered Jiang Hai's War Shield, the originally empty War Shield became a lot more crowded. After everyone gathered at 6:00 in the morning, Jiang Hai drove his beloved car to the Alabama mountains. It was now the last few days of April, and May Day was coming soon. It wasn't appropriate to say that it was early spring, but rather late spring. The situation on the side of the road was completely different from the last time Jiang Hai walked on this road. After the baptism of spring, the roadside trees, grass, and wildflowers were all in full bloom. Everywhere was a scene of green. From time to time, they could see some family farms on the side of the highway. Some old people wearing jeans were herding some cows and sheep. But unlike Jiang Hai's villa, they did not have many cows and sheep. Jiang Hai's villa had a lot of cows and sheep. As they sped along the road, Jiang Hai also opened the window. The breeze with the smell of nature blew into the car, bringing a burst of fresh air and gradually improving their mood. Cindy Clive, who was specially arranged to sit next to Jiang Hai, also opened her eyes wide at this time. Looking at the surrounding situation, it could be seen that she also liked this place very much. Not long after, Jiang Hai and the others arrived at their destination, the foot of the Alabama mountains. After parking the car in the parking lot, Jiang Hai and Belle got out of the car with a large group of women and animals. Following the mountain road in the parking lot, the group walked up the mountain. As they walked up the mountain, the scene that was originally yellow the last time they came here had changed. All kinds of trees were competing to show their vitality. Jiang Hai did not know much about trees, so he basically only knew a few kinds of trees. For example, red maple. This kind of tree also produced maple syrup, which tasted pretty good. He did not know about the rest, but Belle Luster knew a lot. Under Jiang Hai's gaze, he also introduced them. He introduced Tang Di, Chinese redbud, tulip tree, dogwood, locust, sourwood, deer eye, and so on. Jiang Hai listened for a while, but he did not remember any of them. Following Xiao Bai and Goldie, who had been walking in front, he entered a state of alert. Jiang Hai and the others had officially finished walking the outer mountains and entered the inner mountains. After walking for about half an hour, Belle suddenly raised his hand. Jiang Hai knew that this meant that he was on alert, so he immediately stopped and asked the 4 girls who had been following him to stop as well. Xiao Bai and Goldie instantly lowered their bodies and slowly moved forward. Although Jiang Hai did not teach them hunting skills, the 2 guys had self-taught themselves. The moment the 2 of them crouched down, Dai Teeth, who was originally lying on Little White's body, jumped down from its body. Although this branch rat was a little violent, it was still a vegetarian after all. It was not interested in meat or anything like that. As for Chirps, he has been following Jiang Hai. He grew up with Jiang Hai, so he was both interested in the forest and a little afraid. After all, if he can't fly now, he is actually just a big pheasant. Boss, it seems that we have something for lunch. Belle whispered as he slowly moved to Jiang Hai's side. What is it, wild boar or deer? Jiang Hai couldn't help but ask excitedly when he heard that there was something. Neither, it should be turkeys, and from the sound, it should be a small group. Belle whispered when he heard Jiang Hai's words. As soon as he heard that it was turkeys, Jiang Hai's face collapsed a little. To be honest, he is not very short of turkeys. Domestic turkeys are sold in supermarkets, and wild turkeys are also available in Jiang Hai's forest. There is no need to hunt them in this mountain, but it doesn't matter. It's better to have something to eat than nothing. What's more, in the wild, naturally, they will eat whatever they encounter. Woof woof. Just as Jiang Hai was hesitating about what weapon to use to kill these guys, suddenly there was a burst of barking. In the grass in the distance, Xiao Bai jumped out of the grass for the first time. When he jumped, these turkeys were scared in an instant. You know, in the Alabama mountains, wolves have disappeared for a long time. Even if there are wolves, it is only possible to go deep into the mountains. Now, as soon as Little Black appeared, these turkeys were stunned. Although Little Black was not a wolf but a dog, it looked much more ferocious than a wolf. As soon as Little Black appeared, these turkeys screamed and hurried in the other direction, flapping their wings and trying to fly away. Turkeys may look stupid, but in fact, this bird can fly. Although they can't fly long distances, wild turkeys can fly 500 to 2,000 meters. This is just like a pheasant. Ordinary domestic chickens can flutter on the roof, but wild turkeys can fly some distance. These wild turkeys are the same. As soon as they see an enemy coming, they want to fly away, but can they? Chapter 252. Just as these turkeys were about to fly away, Goldie suddenly rushed out from the other side of the grass like a real beast. Without saying a word, it directly grabbed two palms and slapped the heads of the two turkeys on the left and right. After seeing it, it firmly pressed the two turkeys on the ground. At this time, the other turkeys had almost finished their acceleration. They flapped their wings and quickly flew away. But just as the last turkey was about to fly away, Goldie finally rushed over and bit the neck of the turkey in midair. After landing, the turkey struggled for a while, but soon it lost its strength and weakly hung on the ground. Hearing that the battle in the distance had ended, Belle stood up first. When he saw the situation on the field, he couldn't help but sigh. With these two guys, we can save a lot of trouble. Indeed, Goldie and Goldie were really good helpers for him. With these two guys, it was more useful than having two more people. He immediately ran into the circle and killed the two turkeys that were still struggling and hung them on his waist. Jiang Hai also took Xiao Bai's turkey and hung it on his waist. These turkeys were their lunch. After hunting the turkey, the group once again went deeper into the mountains. Not long after, they arrived at the small river that they had passed by last time. It was about time for lunch break. After Belle cleaned up the grassland, everyone started to get busy. Shay Clive, Carmacliff, Delina, and Marion were picking up dry branches around the area. Belle was responsible for cleaning up the camp and dealing with the three turkeys. Of course, he also needed to make a fire later, but he brought a fire rod, so it wasn't too troublesome. As for Jiang Hai, he went fishing again. The nearby fish tasted very good. For camping like this, although they didn't do it often, they were familiar with it. Not long after, the four girls picked up enough dry wood. Jiang Hai also caught a pike and a perch, enough to make fish soup. When Belle made the fire, the three roasted turkeys and a pot of fish soup officially spread their fragrance on the land. After all, it wasn't natural gas, so the fire wasn't very strong, so the roasting process was slow and the fish soup wasn't fast. Therefore, except for Goldie, Xiao Bai, and Chio Chio who were eating the turkey's organs in the distance, everyone else was sitting there and chatting. North Americans, or to be exact, Europeans and Americans, didn't often eat animal organs. Nobody knew why. However, compared to organs, they were more willing to eat meat. Other than the foie gras imported from France, which was considered delicious in their eyes, they didn't eat other organs, such as intestines, hearts, lungs, livers, and so on. However, although humans didn't like to eat these things, animals liked to eat them very much. It was obvious just by looking at the animal world. After hunting for food, animals in the wild first dug out the organs to eat. For example, in a wolf pack or a pride of lions, except for the leader, it was very difficult for other animals to get these things. This was because the organs were soft and rich in nutrients. They could provide enough energy and calories, and they were also very delicious. It was precisely because of this that animals would eat this thing. Although Little White, Little Yellow, and Chio Chio were not considered real ferocious beasts, Chio Chio should be, they would not be against these raw internal organs. After washing, they would be given to them to eat. Jiang, when will this thing be ready? Looking at Goldie, Xiao Bai, and Chio Chio eating happily in the distance, and the meat in front of her, although more and more fragrant, has not been said to be ready to eat, Carmacliff couldn't sit still. It's almost ready. Let's wait for another 10 minutes. Looking at the chicken in front of him, Jiang Hai said to her. These wild foods must be roasted before they can be eaten, because as the people in the United States said, wild creatures more or less have some parasites and so on. If they eat raw, it's easy to get sick. Only when they are completely roasted can they kill these parasites and bacteria at high temperature, and then they can be eaten. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, although Karma was already very hungry, she still endured and kept staring at the chicken in front of her. Finally, after waiting for a long time, the meat was ready to be roasted. With Jiang Hai's order, everyone followed suit. 6 turkeys and 6 chicken legs, first one was scraped and divided in an instant, then 6 chicken wings were scraped and divided in an instant. When it was time to divide the chicken, everyone remembered the heroes who caught the turkey, Goldie and Little Black, one for each. Of course, what they ate was enough for Cho-Cho to eat. Jiang Hai and the others ate the biggest one. After a while, the turkey was basically eaten to the point where only the chicken was left. Eating turkey and drinking fish soup, in fact, this kind of life is also very good. After eating lunch, everyone rested for a while. Jiang Hai and the others first extinguished the fire. After dealing with the fire, they didn't need to care about the chicken racks. This was because the animals here would eat the roasted chickens. After that, they took the garbage they created and continued to walk towards the depths of the mountain. Compared with the leisure in the morning, Jiang Hai and others were much more serious in the afternoon. After all, Jiang Hai came here for a purpose. He wanted to find snakes, lizards, and some deer to get some antlers. But now it's so warm, there's food everywhere, and the deer don't have to run around looking for food like it's winter. They can also have food in the mountains, so they can stay away from humans, so Jiang Hai hasn't met the deer here for so long this time, but the snakes let Jiang Hai encounter many times. Of course, it's not right to say that Jiang Hai encountered it. It should be said that Goldie and Xiao Bai encountered it. After they were full, they were more energetic than before. There were a lot of snakes in spring. After a warm winter, not only were the bears hungry, the snakes were also hungry. Even if snakes were cold-blooded animals, it was the same. Therefore, when spring came, all kinds of snakes would scurry around in search of food. It's still okay in early spring, because snakes are cold-blooded animals. If they don't get enough sun, they can't move. But now it's late spring, and snakes are also looking for food, so it's not easy to encounter them in the periphery. After crossing the river, Jiang Hai found more than a dozen snakes in almost an hour, but unfortunately, these snakes are not what he wants. Another flower snake. Looking at the snake in front of him that was held down by Goldie's claws, Jiang Hai picked it up and said with some pity. The so-called flower snake is called the many-banded snake in China. This kind of snake is poisonous, and it's a good ingredient for making wine. However, this kind of snake is more common in Southeast Asia and China, but it's not in the United States. The so-called flower snake in the United States is a fancy snake. This kind of snake is basically a grass snake or a water snake. It can also be called a cauliflower snake, because it's not poisonous, and it's not small. It feeds on small amphibians and rodents. Jiang Hai is looking for snakes, but not this kind of snake. If it's not poisonous, it's useless to make wine. Some people say that poisonous snakes can't be made into wine, because the snake venom will enter the wine, whether it's taken orally or applied externally, it will lead to poisoning. In fact, this saying is wrong. Just like Chinese medicine, it's hard to understand how those medicines can be mixed together to cure the disease. Snake wine is the same, only poisonous snakes can have an effect and they're made into wine, non-poisonous snakes are useless. Looking at the flower snake in front of him, Jiang Hai grabbed its tail and swung it. This swing is also a necessary method to catch a snake, because snakes only have one bone. This swing can temporarily paralyze it. After dealing with the snake, Jiang Hai also threw it into his backpack. Seeing Jiang Hai's action, the four girls who were already far away from him couldn't help but frown. If you don't use it to make wine, why did you catch it? Sh20 Clive naturally knows the purpose of Jiang Hai coming here to look for snakes, but Jiang Hai said that he's looking for poisonous snakes, so what's the use of this non-poisonous snake? For eating, snakes are very delicious. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai said while looking around. Hey, you're really abnormal, you actually eat snakes. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Karma Cliff on the other side has already said. Don't be surprised. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai shrugged. What's so difficult to understand about eating snakes? It's not difficult to understand. Snake meat is very nutritious, even more nutritious than whips and the like. Jiang Hai has always liked to eat this, but now in China, if you want to eat snake, even if it's a non-poisonous snake, it's 100 or 80 yuan per catty, which is not a small amount. It's not like here, not only you don't need money, but you can also experience the feeling of catching it yourself. The most important thing is that snakes are really delicious, the taste is a bit like horse meat, but much more delicate. I've always heard that Huaxia people eat anything. I didn't believe it at first, but now I believe it. Watching Jiang Hai continue to search for traces of snakes, Karma Cliff on the other side whispered, she still has a hard time understanding how to eat snakes. At this time, suddenly Jiang Hai's eyes lit up. He found a small skink lying on the stone in front of him. It's actually a small lizard. He had already checked before coming here. This thing should be in the Alabakia Mountains. It's not so easy to find. He didn't expect his luck to be so good. Although he didn't find the poisonous snake, he found this thing. It's also an unexpected gain. Jiang Hai hurriedly squatted down and gestured to Little Yellow, who was looking for snakes in the distance. He wants to catch this thing. Chapter 253. Skink is a collective name for about 1,275 species of lizards in the world. They are distributed in all tropical regions of the world and in the temperate regions of North America, but most of them are found in Southeast Asia and the nearby islands. The largest one can grow up to 66 centimeters, but generally speaking, it doesn't exceed 20 centimeters. At this time, the skink in front of Jiang Hai is only about 15 or 16 centimeters long, and that's including the tail. In fact, according to this length, it doesn't seem to be long enough to make wine, but this is the first time that Jiang Hai encountered this thing, so naturally, he won't let it go. Under Jiang Hai's command, Goldie instantly lurked. He came to the side of the stone and slapped the stone before it could escape, pressing it to the ground. But unfortunately, it's the first time that Goldie has seen such a thing. Although it's very smart, it knows to hold the back of the snake's head when catching a snake, and it knows to bite the neck of a turkey when catching one. It also taught Xiaohei this. But when catching this little thing, it underestimated the enemy. Although it slapped the lizard's body, most of its power was pressed on the lizard's tail. Just when it thought that it caught the lizard and was about to call Jiang Hai over, the lizard's tail was instantly cut off. This kind of lizard is the same as geckos. They all know how to escape by cutting off their tails. This skink is obviously the same. Before Goldie could react, it had already cut off its tail and quickly ran away. It flashed a few times between the cracks of the rocks and disappeared. Damn, it ran away. Seeing Goldie's cute face looking at the half-broken tail of its subordinate, it was also stunned. Jiang Hai, who ran halfway, also helplessly smiled bitterly. In fact, he also forgot that this lizard can escape by cutting off its tail. Next time, I'll pat your head. But he knows that he can't blame Goldie for this. After all, Goldie doesn't understand this kind of thing. So after Jiang Hai walked over, he threw the broken tail far away, then patted Goldie's head and said with a smile. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Goldie couldn't help but stick out its tongue. In fact, it's also very embarrassed now. But soon, nature gave it another chance to show off. Today's weather was really good. It was a sunny day with the sun hanging high in the sky. Such weather was also the favorite of these cold-blooded animals. After walking for less than 5 minutes, they saw another skink, but this one was bigger, about 21 or 22 centimeters. Jiang didn't need to say anything, as Goldie had already sneaked over. Under everyone's gaze, it went up and pressed the skink under its claws. The skink was shocked by the sudden attack. It wanted to run, but in the end, it couldn't. It kept struggling. This time, Goldie learned its lesson from its previous failure. This time, it pressed down on its head. This bag is a cowhide bag. There are some ventilation holes on it to prevent the snake from suffocating, but the cowhide is enough for it to bite through. After fixing the bag, Jiang also tied it to his backpack. It's a good start. This makes Jiang very happy. His original goal for this trip was 3, the stone dragon, the snake, and the velvet antler. Now that he got the stone dragon, the velvet antler wasn't particularly difficult to get. Now that there are signs of snakes, this is good news. He doesn't know if it's because this ball of dirt brought good luck to Jiang. He walked into the mountain again. Not long after, Jiang encountered 2 more vipers, but these 2 vipers should be 1 male and 1 venomous. At this time, they are, cough cough. It's spring, the recovery of all things. Animals also need to reproduce. Sometimes, people even need to have sex in the wild, let alone animals. At this time, the 2 vipers were doing it there, but Jiang went up and forcibly separated the 2 guys. Jiang wasn't going to catch the female viper, but generally speaking, it would take at least more than an hour for a viper to do this. 2 hours is the normal time. This shows how powerful Su Xian is. After letting the female viper go, Jiang put the male viper into his bag. Fortunately, vipers didn't have the concept of family, so Jiang didn't feel guilty. After catching the 2 vipers, Jiang encountered 3 more. After putting them one by one, Jiang task was already 2/3 complete. It's getting late. Let's go back. However, unlike the excited Jiang SH20 Clive and the others couldn't. These girls didn't have Jiang strong physical fitness. They were tired after walking for an afternoon, so Karma Cliff couldn't help but say to Jiang. Hearing her words, Jiang realized that it was already 4 o'clock. Can we go out before it gets dark? Although they didn't get any deer antlers, Jiang and the others didn't bring any tents or the like to spend the night here, so they needed to leave the forest before it got dark. Otherwise, if they waited until night, wild beasts would be fine, but some poisonous insects and the like would be impossible to guard against, so Jiang couldn't help but ask Belle. After hearing Jiang words, Belle took out a compass and map and glanced at it, then said to Jiang, "It's good to go now. Deer should also have a chance. After all, the lizards and snakes you were looking for at the beginning didn't have much demand for water, so they kept going into the forest. If you want to find a herd of deer, you just need to follow the water source." However, he also knew that this time, his boss came here with a goal in mind. Now that 2 of his goals had been met, the deer antler and the others shouldn't be too difficult. Hearing Belle's words, Jiang waved his hand as the group walked towards the mountain. Seeing that they were finally going out, the 3 girls couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although they liked to come to the forest to play, it was still quite boring to play too late, especially when Jiang had been catching lizards and snakes. At least 70% of women were afraid of these things, and these 3 girls belonged to this 70%. Since everyone had made up their minds to leave, their footsteps became a lot lighter for a while, but under Belle's intention, they didn't go back the way they came. Instead, they walked downstream of the river that Jianghai and the others passed by at noon, preparing to go upstream from here to see if they could find a herd of deer drinking water. Needless to say, hard work really pays off. At 5:00, when the sun was about to set, Jianghai and the others found a large herd of deer in the distance. There were about 50 deer in this herd. Basically, they were all white-tailed deer, which is the most abundant deer species in the Alabama mountain range. This kind of deer is different from elk and reindeer. Elk and reindeer have large antlers and have a certain degree of lethality. The moose was very strong, and it was not inferior to the bear in a frontal confrontation. However, the white-tailed deer did not have any special survival skills except for its speed. An adult male deer was 2 meters long and 1 meter tall at its largest, but its weight was only a little more than 100 kilograms or even a few dozen kilograms. This kind of self-weight allowed them to run fast, but they couldn't compete with carnivores. The only thing that allowed them to dominate the area was their strong reproductive ability. Ever since wild wolves and mountain lions became extinct in this area, they became the species that destroyed the ecological environment the most. Chapter 254. I finally found you guys. Looking at the deer in front of him, Jianghai couldn't help but smile. These are the guys he was looking for. At the moment, he also unbuckled the gun he had been carrying behind him and put the crosshairs on the deer in front of him. Antler, in fact, refers to the antlers of deer, but antlers are also divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. The bigger and thicker the antlers, the better. As male deer age, their antlers will get bigger and bigger, and the same is true for white-tailed deer. Antlers have some effect for collecting and fighting, but they are useless for antlers. The best age for antlers is between 3 and 6 years old. Generally speaking, antlers between 2 and 3 years old are also very good. Therefore, Jianghai's target this time was the young male deer. For male deer of this age, no one would care about them. Soon, Jianghai aimed at a male deer with antlers about 10 centimeters tall. The August in his hand rose and fell with his breathing, slowly stabilizing. But just when he was ready and was about to shoot, the deer in front of him suddenly became vigilant. Almost in 2 breaths, they instantly exploded in all directions, and at this time, bursts of gunshots came from a distance. Then they saw the deer Jianghai had his eyes on was shot to the ground, and at the same time, more than a dozen deer were shot. Those doe that were not shot quickly fled this place after hearing the gunshots. What's the situation? Are there other people watching this herd of deer? Seeing his target being hunted in front of him, Jianghai frowned slightly. He didn't care much about a deer, not to mention that this deer was a wild one. To be exact, it didn't belong to him. The reason why he showed such an expression was mainly because he was a little surprised and also a little vigilant. From the gunshots, there are more than a dozen people, and there are only 2 men and 4 girls on his side. Anything is possible in the wild, so it's never wrong to be careful. At this moment, Jianghai also withdrew his gun and signaled Xiao Huang and Xiao Bai to hide to the side. He also told Belle to protect the other 4 girls behind him. In case something happened, he would be able to react in time. Although the 4 girls haven't encountered such a thing, they probably know that sometimes the most terrifying thing in the wild is not the beast, but these people, so they didn't say anything and just stood there without talking. After these deer left, a slightly dull horn sound came, and then a group of people walked out of the forest in the distance. There are about 15 or 6 people, all of them are very burly, and their looks are basically the same. They were wearing very casual clothes, but unlike Jianghai and Belle's hunting attire, they looked more like casual clothes. And the most important thing was that the people here weren't the average white or black people, but some of them looked like Asians. They have black hair and dark skin, but it's the kind of dark skin that belongs to Asia, not black people. They have big noses and deep-set eyes, and they look somewhat like the Mongols in Huaxia. At this time, these people are holding guns in their hands, but unlike the good guns in Jianghai and Belle's hands, the guns in their hands are very simple, and the handles are made of wood. They don't look very good. When they saw Jianghai and Belle standing there, these people hesitated, but 3 of them stood in front of Jianghai and the others, looking at Jianghai. The others quickly walked to the side of the herd of deer and began to harvest the deer's skin and meat. It's the Iroquois. The people on both sides didn't raise their guns, which also means that they are temporarily at peace. Seeing that these people don't seem to be hostile to them, Belle whispered in Jianghai's ear. Iroquois. Hearing this name, Jianghai couldn't help but be a little surprised. This is the first time he's heard of it. It's a kind of Native American. The so-called Native American actually refers to all the indigenous people in the American area, not just one kind of human. It's similar to the meaning of the descendants of the Yellow Emperor in Huaxia. Seeing that Jianghai didn't understand very well, as a teacher, Chanticleer, who specializes in popularizing these things, stepped forward and said to Jianghai. Native American was actually not a good term. It was a general term used by the European invaders for all the natives of the American continent except for the Inuit. The famous Mayans, Incas, and Aztecs were all called Native Americans. However, outsiders didn't call them that. For example, the 56 ethnic groups in the country were naturally called Huaxia to outsiders. In detail, they were divided into other ethnic groups, and the Native Americans were the same. However, most of the Native Americans had been massacred in the 16th century. Only a small number of Native Americans escaped into the mountains at that time, or escaped to Canada to survive. However, before 1950, the Native Americans were still the most hunted ethnic group in the American continent. There had always been people who said that the Huaxia were like pigs when the United States was first established. Their status was even lower than that of black people. But in fact, at least the Americans would still hire the Chinese, let them live on the land, and let them earn money to live. Compared to white people and black people, there were naturally 3 types of people, but compared to the Native Americans, it was much better. After all, in the eyes of the Americans, the Native Americans were worse than pigs and sheep. Pigs and sheep had to be raised to provide meat, but the Americans killed them. They killed for the sake of killing, that's all. The famous Sioux, also known as the Lakota, Dakota, and Nakota, were exterminated just like that. They were so shameless and bloody. The Iroquois had once formed an alliance in order to resist these people. However, later on, the alliance broke up. Most of the people fled to Canada, and some were raised like livestock by the American government. It was not until 1950 that the United States began to officially accept these people. However, these people could no longer accept the United States. They did not need the jobs provided by the United States, nor did they need to integrate into the American culture. They only lived in their own residential areas. Most of these residential areas were now protected areas or national parks. The Americans, regardless of whether it was because of conscience or because of international pressure, divided these residential areas into residential areas. These people were given some residential areas. Without their invitation, no one was allowed to enter. After decades of development, although the two still had an unresolvable grudge, at least they would not fight each other as they did in the beginning. Of course, if the citizens of the United States were killed because they invaded their territory, then their deaths would be in vain. Furthermore, they would not easily attack American citizens outside their own territory. It was a form of peace. Seeing that these people were about to leave after quickly processing the meat, Jianghai could not help but look at the sky. To be honest, it was already a little late. If he let these people leave just like that, he would not be able to get his deer antlers today. It was not easy to come here today. He could not come here every day to hunt, so after hesitating for a moment, he took a step forward. As soon as he stepped forward, the three people who had been watching him vigilantly couldn't help but be startled. Their hands that were holding onto their guns instantly tightened as they looked at him nervously. However, Jiang Hai wasn't a hoodlum. After handing the gun to Belle, he shouted at the people in front of him, "Who among you can speak Chinese? Oh no, English. I want to buy the antlers of the deer you hunted." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the three people hesitated for a moment before they understood. One of them also took a step forward. "You want these antlers?" "Sure, what are you going to exchange for them?" "Don't tell me the dollars you use outside. I'm not interested in that." Although the Iroquois now said to live in their own small circle, they still had to make a living. They couldn't rely on just eating and drinking to make a living. They also had consumables, but they didn't have light or heavy industries. The only way to make a living was to use the leftover leather or some handicrafts to exchange for things outside. Of course, they would generally only trade with merchants they trusted. They would not trade with others. Compared to yellow people, they hated black people and white people more. If Belle had said this, they probably would not have cared. "What do you want? We can discuss it." Looking at the people in front of him, Jiang Hai smiled. As long as they were willing to exchange, it was fine. Clothes, food, cloth, steel, weapons, anything is fine. It's up to you. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the man thought for a moment and said to Jiang Hai. Hearing what he said, Jiang Hai nodded. They were going to leave anyway. Other than the skinks and vipers, he could give them the rest of the things in his backpack. "This is a tent, this is a tactical dagger, this is a set of my clothes, this is a searchlight, this is a camp pot. Take a look and see what you can exchange for." Jiang Hai took a look at his things, put them in a backpack, and threw them over. All of these things added together weren't cheap. It was about $1,000. After all, Jiang Hai wasn't a real backpacker. He didn't know much about these things. Since he didn't know what was right, he bought the expensive ones. Perhaps the price-performance ratio was the lowest, but at least the expensive ones were indeed better than the cheap ones. This was undeniable. Taking the things that Jiang Hai threw over, the man also rummaged through them. After taking a look at these things, a satisfied expression appeared on his face. He turned his head and shouted a few words to the people behind him. The people who were processing the deer heads stopped. "These things are very good. The quality is good. Very good. These deer heads are all yours." Seeing that everyone stopped, the man also turned his head and said to Jiang Hai. Then he waved his hand and left quickly with the people behind him. So easy. Hee, this time there are even decorations. Watching these people leave quickly, Jiang Hai was also happy. He had made a big profit. Chapter 255. F***ck, you went into the mountains again. And you hunted so many deer. Where's the meat? Leave some for me. In fact, Jiang Hai was not a person who liked to show off. This could be seen from the fact that after he made money, he did not go back and slap his relatives in the face. Secondly, he did not slap his classmates who looked down on him. But since Fu Yuan came, Jiang Hai also liked to check his WeChat. Of course, he didn't say anything. He was so happy today, so he couldn't help but upload a photo of himself, the 4 girls, and a bunch of deer heads. As soon as he uploaded it, Fu Yuan liked it. "I don't have deer meat, but I do have deer heads. That's if you can bring them back." After replying to Fu Yuan's WeChat message, Jiang Hai happily carried these things and went to the parking lot at the foot of the mountain. He piled these things on the roof of the car and got into the driver's seat first. To be honest, after playing for a day, Jiang Hai wasn't too tired. After all, his heart was happy, and his body was strong. If his heart wasn't tired, his body wouldn't be tired. On the contrary, he still wanted to continue. If it wasn't for the fact that the sky was completely dark, he really wouldn't want to leave. However, the others did not have such a strong physique, especially the 4 girls. Although they were still smiling, their expressions were mixed with fatigue. It could be foreseen that these girls would be able to have a good night's sleep tonight. As for Belle, although he wasn't as indifferent as Jiang Hai, he wasn't as tired as the girls. For him, this day was just a very ordinary day, nothing more. Phew, let's go home. Let's go to my place and eat something. Then I'll send you and your sister back. Looking at Clive, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, Jiang Hai said to her with a smile. With her by his side today, Jiang Hai was very happy. Then I'll have to trouble you. By the way, I heard that your New York beef show was very good this time. The beef in your manor is almost sold out. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Clive was quite used to Jiang Hai's special grade A beef. She liked to eat it very much, plus her relationship with Jiang Hai. She was also very happy that Jiang Hai's beef had changed from the original beef to green muslin. How can it be so fast? This news can spread all over the world in a day, but I don't want to rely on those second-rate companies. And those who have the ability to buy my beef need some time to prepare. But recently, I've sold 2,000 of them. Hearing Sandy's words, Jiang Hai said happily. He really made money this time. Oh. Congratulations. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Clive also said to Jiang Hai in half-baked Chinese. Although the front and back of the hands were wrong, the posture was wrong, and the pronunciation was wrong, but Jiang Hai was still very happy, and the corners of his mouth were wide open. How lonely it is to be invincible. How empty it is to be invincible. But at this moment, he couldn't help but hear music, which made Jiang Hai a little embarrassed. This was his phone's ringtone, but it was not set by him, it was set by Daliana. Jiang Hai was speechless, but Daliana seemed to like this song very much. It's probably Fu Yuan, I just replied to his WeChat and he called me. Because Jiang Hai was driving, he didn't see who it was, and then he picked it up. Hello, is this Mr. Jiang Hai? Do you still remember me, Mr. Jiang? When Jiang Hai picked up the phone, the first thing he wanted to say was, "Animal, are you coming?" But when he heard that it was a woman's voice, he swallowed his words. After hearing the voice's words, Jiang Hai was stunned. She knew who he was, but she still asked if he remembered him. This made Jiang Hai a little confused. He was silent for 3 seconds in front of the phone. He carefully thought about the person who had his phone number. He was very sure that the person who spoke with the strong accent of the American Empire could not be someone from his country, so it could only be someone from the American Empire. However, the only person from the American Empire who knew his phone number, besides those in the manor, seemed to be Sandy Karev, who was beside him. But who was this woman? Oh, sorry, I'm driving, so I can't hear you clearly. May I know who you are? Since the other party knew him, but he didn't know her, Jiang Hai thought it was better to ask carefully. As for phone fraud, it shouldn't be possible. I'm Pra Walton, Mr. Jiang, you're so forgetful. Hearing that Jiang Hai didn't recognize who she was, the other side of the phone was silent for a second, then the voice began to introduce herself as if nothing had happened. Oh, Miss Walton, hello, hello. Hearing the other party's words, Jiang Hai also remembered. Indeed, he gave the phone to this woman, who he met for the second time at the New York Beef Show. The relationship between the two of them wasn't close, but they weren't strangers either. At least, they had met before. Hello, Mr. Jiang, I don't know if Mr. Jiang still remembers you. What you said about the cows in your manor. Looking at Jiang Hai, Prawalton said seriously on the other side of the phone. She made this call because of this. No problem, but now my cattle have been reserved for 2,000. If you want cattle, please make a decision quickly. Listening to Prawalton on the other side of the phone, Jiang Hai also said seriously. In that case, I'll see you tomorrow. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Prawalton on the other side of the phone seemed to have been prepared for a long time. She said to Jiang Hai calmly, and at the same time, made an appointment for tomorrow. Then the two of them said a few words casually and hung up the phone. Jiang Hai also started the car again. It was really a happy day, and Shendy Clive, who was sitting next to him, also looked at Jiang Hai with a happy face. She knew for a long time that Jiang Hai's cattle would be successful. Now that she saw that Jiang Hai's cattle were really sold, she was also very happy. The two of them chatted like this, and not long after, the car had returned to Jiang Hai's manor. First, the skinks and vipers were kept in a separate space to be dealt with, as well as the deer heads. Then Jiang Hai and the others had a delicious steak and seafood feast. After sending the Clive sisters back to their home, Jiang Hai also returned home. But as soon as he came back, he found that his two daughters, Daliana and Marian, were sitting in the living room at this time, looking at the TV in front of them, yawning loudly, but they didn't go to sleep. This made Jiang Hai a little surprised. What are you two doing here instead of sleeping? You're back. Seeing that Jiang Hai came back, the two girls got up from the sofa and looked at Jiang Hai with a serious face, trying to pretend that they were serious, but the effect didn't seem to be very good. Instead, they looked very cute. Looking at the expressions of the two girls, Jiang Hai couldn't help but laugh. He walked forward and pinched each of their faces, then put the two girls on his side and said to them, "You two, do you have something to tell me?" Hearing Jiang Hai's question, the two girls looked at each other. In the end, Daliana opened her mouth and said, "Well, we want to ask you, is it possible for you and Teacher Sandy to be together?" Hearing Daliana's words, Jiang Hai, who was still smiling, couldn't help but smile, then he shrugged his shoulders. "I think I should have told you about my situation. I was married in Huaxia, but nothing happened between me and my wife for more than a year. At that time, I knew that we were not people of the same world, so I made up my mind at that time. I wanted to leave her, I wanted to start anew. Then I came to this world, and when I took you in, I used her identity, so I can't divorce her casually. As for Shite Clive, I have a good impression of her, but because of that woman, I have a bit of a dilemma." Jiang Hai took a deep breath. In the past few months, he had gradually told the two girls some things about him. But today, he said a little more. He didn't want to put the matter between him and Chi Li on the two girls. This was unfair to them. But if he didn't say anything, it wouldn't be a good idea for them to continue to be in a stalemate. Jiang Hai wasn't the kind of person who didn't say anything and kept it in his heart. He also wasn't the kind of person who liked to tell others everything because he didn't want to feel pressured. He could only be said to be in between the two. If he felt that he could say it, he would say it. If he felt that he couldn't say it, such as tattoos and dragon scales, they would be his lifelong secrets. No matter how close he was to them, he would never say it. "So, we have a mother in Huaxia." Looking at Jiang Hai, Marian said worriedly. "Yes, but I guess you won't be able to see her for the rest of your life." Shrugging his shoulders, Jiang Hai was very clear about how big the Qi group was. Chi Li and Delina would probably never be able to see each other. Well, let's not talk about those unhappy things. About me and Teacher Xanthi, let's leave it to fate. At least we're not in love now, right? Quickly go upstairs and sleep. There are guests coming to our house tomorrow. Patting the two girls' heads, Jiang Hai said to them. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the two girls didn't think about their future for the time being. They quickly nodded and ran upstairs to sleep. But just as Jiang Hai was about to go to sleep, two women boarded the plane from the imperial capital to New York. You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.